Years, but in case you're not, then please let the technical department know about any difficulties. We will have translation during both of the days and during all of the Estonian discussions. Sellises hoiatuseks, et osa järgneva 2 päeva
This was just a little warning. Part of what we will hear during the 2 days is going to be in English, but we also have simultaneous interpretation between the 2 languages, so hopefully this will not create any difficulties that we switch. My name is Andrei Liimets and I am a moderator of today. Outside, just a second ago, when I listened to the people talking, I felt as if it's the first day of school. People are a bit excited because and it was a little bit cognitive dissonance because actually we are in the last day. We need to follow up and make a summary, draw conclusions, and in the next 2 days we don't have an ambitious goal at all, no way. We just need to summarize what Tartu 2024 was about, what are the lessons learned and what we can take away from this experience. So we'd like to greet you all for the 21st Cultural Compass, and the topic of this gathering is this the European cultural capital that we dreamed of? I'm not going to go through the agenda piece by piece. I hope that you will see this on the slides behind me as well, and I bet that you've also looked at the schedule and the program already. But before we actually get to the point, I would like to say that today and tomorrow we will have 4 main focus areas that we'd like to tackle through different speeches and different discussions. And I have to say that I myself am looking forward to all this with some excitement, and I am a bit apprehensive as well, because with the preparations to Tartu 2024, during the events and after, I have been all in as a fan of Tartu, as a cultural journalist, and having talked to many people about what the impressions are like about Tartu 2024, how people experience different events. I believe that you know that there are several and very many different thoughts and emotions, and we will try to speak about these things very honestly in the next 2 days. And the first focus is we need to attach these emotions with statistics and numbers. Let's have a look at what has newly made a report says about Tartu 2024, which has calculated, counted and measured everything that's possible to measure about the cultural capital year. And let's have a look at these numbers. So after this, we will speak about lessons learned. What went well? What were the most bright experiences and memories? What were the most successful events? But also to have a look at what we could have done differently, what we learned in the process, and what were the obstacles we faced. And after these 2 parts, we will zoom out and talk about how we can measure culture at all. So our focus within the 2 days is how can we measure something as big as a cultural capital year is, how to measure culture, how to explain what kind of influence and impact this event has, and where does it reach to. And to sum up, we also ask what's going to happen next. So what's the way ahead, and what are the initiatives that we created in the Cultural Capital Year, and what to do with the energy and synergies we created throughout this year. So these are the 4 focus areas of our program for the next 2 days. And before we go to the first presentations and look for the answers to these questions, I'm very happy to invite Urmas Klaas, the mayor of the city of Tartu, here for the opening address.
Hea kultuuripealinna pere.
very warm welcome to the Cultural Capital family. The Cultural Compass ahead is going to be very insightful, I believe. We will hear a lot of new information, but also maybe go through some things we've heard before to repeat. But content-wise, I believe that this is going to be a very tense cultural compass you will experience, see and hear a lot. First thing which makes me very happy is that I see all of you again. That we have come together again because Cultural Capital Year is over, but the Cultural Capital family, cooperation partners, even panel members, jury members, head of the panel have all gathered here. So this makes me very happy that the Cultural Capital family, that we are all part of, and that we have been in the program with 9 cultural capitals continues. This is very important considering our heritage. When we embarked upon the journey of Cultural Capital, Arts of Survival, we could not foresee what are the new challenges ahead that we need to face with. COVID-19 crisis and the problems of this kind, also new social challenges, mental health topic and others. Full-scale war in Europe, full-scale Russian aggression to Ukraine, democratic values which are in danger. Everything influenced, all these aspects influenced our program and unfortunately is still influencing us here in Europe today. But we face these challenges. I am very happy that Tartu 2024 Cultural Capital of Europe has been a very large-scale cooperation. Tartu, the surrounding local municipalities, partners actually had very, very good collaboration. Minister of Culture. From time to time, people say, well, these bureaucrats at the ministry. Minister of Culture kept their word, like our local municipalities and good colleagues throughout southern Estonia. The way it was agreed, the financing was agreed, everything went the way planned. You, good collaboration partners, have been great. You brought many additional funding sources from European structural funds, but also elsewhere as far as to Japan. So the collaboration has been reliable, it has been very strong and tense, and I do hope that this will continue in the future as well. We do everything possible for this. I agree with the moderator, and I'd like to warn us all. For measuring the impacts of culture, there is no one measuring tape or device. We can say that Tartu 2024 European Cultural Capital was echoed in the media of 70 countries, which is really unprecedented media coverage for Tartu and South Estonia. If we calculate this into real money, what it would have costed us to actually buy so much advertising and other articles, it would have been 133 million euros. I'm very happy to say that 70% of our local people visited the main program of the Cultural Capital Year. This is a very large percentage, which means that people were informed, they were interested, and they were a part of this program. And you will hear much more about these statistics. But in this background, I'd like to remind you Fernando Pessoa's words, Portuguese poet. I already said it to the colleagues beforehand, but it is a valuable idea, and in this context, I think it's quite fitting when we try to understand what the impact of cultural capital here is. And he said that I am as big as my vision is, and not how tall I am. So these impacts are always expressed throughout a longer period of time, and they might not be directly tangible, but at the same time we have this impact. It impacts our behavior, our values, the way we collaborate and cooperate with each other. And in this sense, European Cultural Capital as an institution is and has been very important. Elmer Jõgi, a director of a school in Tartu, has once said to their pupils, "Do you know, children, what is the most difficult in life? Try to think of a new dream once an old one has come true." So what do we dream about? We dream about a good collaboration to continue, but what is the form of this good cooperation? There are several possibilities. The milestones that we have set to ourselves. First of all, we have started together Tartu city and the local municipality of Tartu to create a food area in our region. Food is not only about being full, but it's a very important part of our culture. We speak about food security, we speak about tourism, so this is a strategic topic as well. This is just one example. I would like to wish
Tartu ei peaks niipea Euroopa kultuuripealinna
that Tartu
tiitliaastat sisustama või tiitlit kandma.
Tartu would not need to take on another title of a cultural capital year. Not because we don't have any good ideas, energy, or good collaboration. No, we have it all. We have proven that we can do it. But why don't I want us to have another title year right away? Is that I would like that the new candidates for this title year could make their own input to this. And first and foremost, I speak about Lviv. I went there some times ago. It is a UNESCO town, and Andrei Zadovi, the mayor of Lviv, asked me, when in 2030, Lviv, this is what he hopes, is a European Union candidate country and a city becomes a European cultural capital, would Tartu be ready to take a part of a cultural program that they in Ukraine have prepared and cannot fulfill as a result of war? But European civilization needs it, and they would want to tell their story as a cultural capital. Would Tartu be ready to carry out a part of this program of Lviv when war is not over yet? And I have to say that this question actually very deeply touched me and moved me. Of course, I said to him, the war needs to be finished by then, and I hoped that when Lviv is selected as a cultural capital year, they need to fulfill their mission on the spot in Ukraine. And I wouldn't wish these events to take place in Tartu partly, but in Lviv itself. So the cultural capitals need to stick together and protect together the values that are the basis and hold together our Europe. So our activities have a broader context. Thank you very much. Let's all dream together.
Ja kõik läheb hästi. Aitäh.
That everything goes well. Thank you very much.
Suur tänu, linnapea Urmas Klaas. Üldiselt mitmete...
Thank you very much, Mayor of Tartu, Urmas Klaas. One of the most important rules of a moderator is to ensure that we follow the agenda, and I must note that we are nearly 5 minutes behind schedule. A few pieces of practical information to share. Today we are going to use the Slido environment, and I believe that many of you are familiar with it. If you are watching us online, you should find the Slido code at the bottom of the screen or on the top right. Since we do not have set time for questions and answers, we would like you to share your comments on Slido, and we will take as many questions as we can throughout the day. So any reflections or questions that you may have, something you'd like to ask our speakers, please share on Slido. And another small request, those of you who have empty spaces on your right, could you please move towards your right? Because if some people are late, they will find places on the left of the room, and they won't have to push through between you. Thank you so much for those who are already moving. After this little physical exercise, and we will carry on with the warm-up for the day, I would like you to ask yourselves, what is it that you would like to get from this day? Where would you like to see this day be headed? And for you to think it through properly, please find someone who's sitting next to you, someone you know or someone new. Say hi and share with them what is your one expectation for today, and listen to what theirs is. We would like for everyone to have a chance to speak. 1 minute for each. Total 3 minutes. What are your expectations for today? The main expectation. 3 minutes. Enjoy.
Jäänud on 1 minut.
You have 1 minute left.
Aga ongi see lühike aeg läbi saanud, nii et pean nüüd teid katkestama.
Now the time is up. I'm very happy to see those lively conversations, but I must jump in. I hope you met the person next to you, and perhaps you'd like to continue your conversation during the break, or perhaps it's someone that you never want to see again. Of course, I hope that's not the case. But now let us switch to English.
It's time for our keynote speech, and for that I'm really happy to invite here Ms. Beatriz Garcia. She is the expert in international cultural policy and major events. She chaired the jury that selected Tartu as European Capital of Culture for 2024. She has also researched the impact and legacy of capitals of culture and will reflect on the program's future ahead of its 40th anniversary. So, Beatriz, please.
Well, I have certainly made it to come in with music. That's the way to go. And lots of text behind my name. It's a real pleasure to be back in Tartu and to share with you this provocation of the bigger picture. How do we think of European capitals of culture? What is the big picture? Let's see if this works in the right way. Whoops, how am I doing it? We certainly, yeah. Is this having the battery that it requires? Because we are on a timer. It doesn't seem to work. Maybe someone can help me check this. So yes, I was here with you at the very start of the journey as the president of the selection panel. And I have been over 26 years, yes? What is happening? Here I am in all the glory, back in the day, announcing Tartu as the next European Capital of Culture for 2024. I have been also doing a lot of assessment of capitals of cultures and Olympic Games or other large-scale events. So certainly I have accumulated a lot of data over 26, 27 years and a lot of stories. But what interests me and what I think is very relevant for you is actually the job is not done. The job is starting. Once you have had the platform, what matters is what happens next. And to understand your success, what was really valuable, no? Was it the dream? Was it what you dreamed for? You're going to need 5, 10, 20, it's the rest of your lifetime that will help you understand that. I have been lucky enough to get the opportunity to follow a range of amazing cities through their journey. I started looking at the legacy of Glasgow. That was the very first city to argue that a European Capital of Culture should not just be an award for being an established cultural center in Europe, but a catalyst for transformation. And to do that from the kind of mid-80s, 1990, until the 10 to 20 years later. With Liverpool, it's the same story. I started working with them in 2005. They hosted their title in 2008. And some of the most amazing effects have been later, with Eurovision, hosting Eurovision for the Ukraine in Liverpool. Amazing. And Barcelona, my own home city. What happened since the mid-1990s, how it helped change perceptions of Spain, as more than beaches and sangria, no? As centers of urban, sophisticated, and forward-thinking culture with a lot of diversity. So this longitudinal take is a very important part of what it takes to understand whether your dreams are coming true. Here I have myself with an image that I like very much, the cat that always manages to fall on its feet. And obviously what you projected with the notion of the art of survival. So what I want to share with you is a response to 3 questions I was asked. And these tensions, which is the notion of change, no? What do we mean by change? Measures and meaning, data and transformation. And I will finish with that big thinking about the bigger picture, go beyond very narrow visions. So if we think about mega projects and change, there is this question, I don't know how easy it is to read with the color changes. The question was, what kinds of change can mega events like a European Capital of Culture actually generate? And this is an area I have explored in depth in the United Kingdom. I am the Associate Director as well of the Centre for Cultural Value. And we have been debating change and evaluation. When you think of change, what you are thinking largely is impact. But to understand your impact and your capacity for transformation, you first need to understand the processes that lead there. And questions like this, the will of change, do matter. I'm always very insistent with teams when you put together a big application, you have your artistic vision, you have your great ideas. Also have a moment to reflect about the mechanisms, the frameworks. I'm very much in favor of modeling, and that you interrogate very carefully your keywords, your aspirations. When we talk about impact and change, this is strictly related to your goals and your aspirations. You need to understand what success looks like for you. And then you determine what it takes to get there. And it takes several steps that are not just linear, they are also circular, because they all retrofeed each other. So you need to be very clear, your point of departure, that famous term, baseline. What is your baseline? No, where is it? Where are you and where would you like to be next? What are your resources, your investment? No? What kind of money do you have? What kind of people? What kind of knowledge? Then what is your program, the activities you plan to deliver, the outputs, what this produces, and then what difference it makes before you then understand your impact. So this is a very useful framework that helps you understand, how an intervention might lead to change. It's not just magic, it's the result of many different interrelated factors. And often when we talk about change, we end up with these areas. I like tagging them and organizing them into themes. Obviously, as a researcher and academic, we like to have our categories. In the end, a lot of it is interchangeable, but it's interesting, we have heard from the mayor just before, how often we try to translate those impacts into numbers. Yes, if we want more of something, we want growth. So our economic transformation is about more investment or more visitors. Our social transformation is about more engagements, more diversity. Our urban changes maybe is about more infrastructure, public space. Culturally, is it just about having many more shows, many more artists? Very important, the governance as well, whether it's about just having more strategy, more evaluation programs. This is obviously all relevant. It's not the whole. And you need to be able to combine it with, again, frameworks and narrative. Why are you asking those questions? Why are these the measures you are choosing? Do they really help you respond to the original goal? So let's get into that next question. Is when you're talking about a cultural intervention, how do you lead to something that helps you reconnect to that original dream? We have many indicators. And that list is something that is very established, and many methodologies, many research frameworks by now. But we have a problem, that there is often a clash between the artistic, inspirational, poetic vision and the types of evaluation teams that are ended up with very narrow measures and with a way of operating that at times is removed. It doesn't really correspond very well to the artistic. So you might end up with a whole number, a mountain of numbers that might be useful for a few headlines, but then a whole artistic practice whose real value has been left behind or not captured. We need to overcome that. And we need to then be able to go a bit further in our understanding of what value is. So let me remind you why you end up with so many indicators and measures that seem so dry, at times limiting for you. Well, the issue is that you have a vision that is inspiring, but you will have pressures to be accountable and transparent in your process. So you need to square the circle. You need to get there. Do not allow just the circle to be here and the square there. Your evaluators doing their best, struggling to get the data. I'm very, very keen to hear the presentation following me. And then your amazing, inspiring artists just being a bit tired of being asked questions and narrow down their big ideas. The European Commission, the panel I represented when we chose you and when we had to do monitoring, had a couple of questions. In terms of is this the ECoC that we dream of? You have your answer, Tartu, but the EU also has a dream. And the dream is an initiative that responds to these two key goals. It's about an opportunity to celebrate the diversity, but also the commonalities of people across Europe, of getting people to feel a belonging to this common European project, and obviously also to demonstrate that culture can transform cities. But they transform it in this. And this is maybe artistically not very inspiring, is it? I mean, I have put a few colors, but those of you that have worked on bid books know this table with the different general goals, the specific objectives and sub-objectives. There is a task for all of you when you define your visions to get to the core. Extract, what are the keywords? What are the essence? What is the essence of all of these questions? How can this inspire your artists, your visionaries, your communities and your citizens? Keep playing with that. You can never leave it alone. And then how that then translates into something that will convince Europe, will convince also your local population. So for Tartu, I remember the image that you used to start with your final bid book. A way of presenting your vision was this Southern Estonian woman in traditional gear in this classic cart with her MacBook Pro, trying to make sense and solving problems, not the art of survival. How do you adapt? How you bring your heritage, your identity, but also your visions into the future. And these were your original keywords. I'm trying to see today how many of them we will see. What has happened from your opening day, this ecology before economy, the forward to your roots, the small cities that can inspire the rest of Europe. These were your bright ideas. But you translated into something that felt quite hard to digest. These were your list of indicators. We had quite a few pages. The connection with the vision was not that clear or that easy to see. So that's where the magic comes. How have your researchers squared that circle? So we have had a lot of developments, and I think this is particularly in the last 15 years. I mean, the ECoC has 40 years, but especially in the last 10, 15, I think evaluation is starting to be rediscovered as an empowering tool, something for learning. It's not just an obligation. We are getting very interesting new measures and indexes. No? How do you measure happiness, curiosity, cultural climate? I wonder again, in the case of Tartu, what will it be? No? So whether you measure survival, what is it to survive? So it is possible to gather data, to do this rigorously, but also inspire and be transformative. And for that, you need to make sure that beyond this, I mean, all of these numbers that I have shown, and I think someone eliminated one of my previous slides, which was a bit of a summary of this. Many numbers. I mean, these are some of the numbers and visualizations I have played with over the last 26 years. How do you transform that into stories that also matter, but without reinventing the wheel? So I'm going to finish with a few images and examples of really powerful stories, cities that have managed to get what they dreamed for when they hosted a large-scale event, and did so in a way that has become iconic, that is easy to connect to emotionally, but it's also backed up by the evidence. So again, an image like this, I don't know how many of you can recognize. Where is this? And when this image was created. So this is an image from 1992, and it's the diving board, Olympic diving board in Barcelona, that had as a dream, obviously using an Olympics to reconnect with the sea, reopen itself with the sea, and reopen also with the rest of the world, and demonstrate that Spain is also a contemporary, advanced thinking country with diversity, Catalan identity, and so on. And they did this by putting the sport completely connecting the city, making the city the protagonist of the sporting competition, no? The Sagrada Familia, photographed by all the sporting journalists. But a lot of data is behind this image. Liverpool has also been doing this since the 1980s and managed to do this other transformation, an Albert Dock covered in concrete and mud, a no-go area, becoming now, again, a really iconic space. No? This was during the Eurovision edition, bringing the Earth, no, to the center of a really spectacular site. Again, it didn't happen just by presenting great slogans and having a wonderful artistic direction. It happened by having a very thorough research program behind it that helped decision makers understand what works, what doesn't, what connects with your communities, what gets understood by your broader stakeholders nationally and internationally. So to conclude, let's go back to the original question. This big picture that you need going forwards needs to build on the power of your evidence. So never dismiss that. You know, those boring numbers, you need them, although you also can have a lot of fascinating qualitative measures. Do your decks of indicators. Spend time understanding your wheel of change, you know, how you compare, again, your investments, your outputs, your outcomes. Interrogate your sources, be clear about the questions you ask and your interpretations, and then have time for the storytelling. So make sure those numbers are not left alone. Do it. Combine the stories with the data. The cities that really manage to convince and inspire are those that have both. Provide the right lens, so help us interpret it, help us know in which case 3 is a huge number, and in which case 2 million is nothing. And make sure you define value. So I will leave it here. You have 30 years of ECoC data and stories there. If you click, you know, there is LinkedIn and lots of archival material. And also, yeah, make sure you keep your information safe. Make it accessible, don't make it disappear. And continue events like this, because they are the future. Thank you.
Please stay here.
I sit.
So, thank you, Beatrice. Please stay here for another moment. So thank you very much, first of all. And just one really quick question.
Yes.
Since probably most people would be hard-pressed to mention or know what this year's Culture Capital of Europe is or what next year's will be. But of course, here on the ground, it's a very important time. So what do you think, how did Tartu stand out in terms of perspective from the rest of Europe? And in what way does Tartu 2024 stand out from the EU perspective?
Well, what Tartu had was a very clean and clear proposition, because your approach was to go with a line that anyone could use. I mean, the art of survival is something that applies in any context. And at times it's tricky, not to say, well, how much could you do that is only Tartu? Or how much do you go with a universal question and say, yes, we will do it? You were very clear, and it was quite straightforward. I remember during the times of monitoring and so on, with you we always felt in safe hands. It was a time very complex. Obviously we had COVID, and at times you have very aspirational proposals that are really risky. And of course for Europe it's important to take risks. But with Tartu it didn't feel that way. And this is also important. Sometimes you need to have a safe pair of hands. Obviously, for you, you had the challenges in terms of size, in terms of who knows about you. And what you were able to do is then be very playful with your communication strategy. So you started a reference and something that you have become really inspirational. Beyond the theme, is how you play. Again, from something as simple as your color scheme, the Tartu colors. I do believe in that very much. Mexico with the Olympics did that, and Barcelona. So I do believe very much in typography and color schemes. So I don't think it's a minor achievement. How you did that was very helpful because you made it very easy through social media and other platforms to engage, and also to get other international very easy to understand, this is a Tartu take. So that's helpful. Then we get into the bigger questions, and that's what I'm really curious about, the areas that were a bit difficult in this thing of forwards into the roots, or the ecology and economics. That issue is a complex one, and it's where I wonder how far you go. It's interesting when you host events like this, how insistent you are on ensuring that you are consistent with that. Oulu is sharing that ambition with the culture climate change. So I will see whether actually now in terms of the numbers, what can you demonstrate that you have done? But on the symbolic front, you have managed that. So you have got the conversation going. And something that seems simple but is not to be dismissed, accessibility is very accessible. It's very easy to understand what you are saying. Obviously, then is the broader discussion around Estonia, the approach in Estonia and the capacity for design, and again, to be clean. So today, talking with your colleagues today and yesterday, there was the issue of how much noise, whether you are trying to put too much information. You obviously have that gift of being able to simplify. For me, obviously, as the academic and researcher, it's like, okay, what is behind that? So let's make sure you also have the very heavyweight complexity. But yes, from the outside, you make it look easy. And the European Union needed that too.
Well, thank you very much, Beatrice.
Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
And of course, Estonians love it when someone says something good about us, so feels so good. Aga nüüd on see hetk,
But now the time has come. Now the time has come to set the bookmark, so to say. We have made a big introduction for the 2 days, and we will go to the first session now, which concentrates on the first focus area, which I spoke about in my introduction. That is, what have been the emotions from cultural capital year, and what does data say, and how do those emotions and numbers fit together? So just to recollect the emotions and what happened, we have prepared a little video clip for you as well.
Kultuuripealinna tiitlit kandis 2024. Aastal Tartu koos Lõuna-Eestiga. See on Lõuna-Eesti kõigi aegade suurim ühisprojekt, mille mõju ulatub 2024. Aastast kaugemale. Tartu 2024 programmi raames toimus 3116 üritust, mis kogusid üle 1,3 miljoni külastuse. Publiku keskmine hinnang sündmustele oli 8,9 10.
Siis tulevad teised maalased Tartusse.
Põhiprogrammi korraldusmeeskonnas oli 4500 inimest.
See on üks mastaapsemaid asju, mida minu meelest Eestis on viimastel aastatel tehtud.
Ning korraldusse panustas 4672 vabatahtlikku. Tartu 2024 on esimene kultuuripealinn, mis korraldas sündmused ühtsete keskkonnahoidlike põhimõtete järgi. Põhiprogrammi elluviijate keskmine hinnang projekti õnnestumisele oli 8,7 10.
See oli raske, aga väga põnev aasta.
Noorteprogrammi Tartu 2024 Extended läbis 97 noort. Korraldati 36 noorteüritust, mida külastati üle 23 000 korra. Lõuna-Eesti rahvusvaheline haare kasvas. Programmi oli kaasatud 855 välispartnerit ning 2,6 miljonit eurot välisraha. Kultuuripealinnas majutus 156 000 välisturisti, 1210 kõrget välisdelegaati. ning üle 400 välisajakirjaniku. Ilmus 5400 välismeedia artiklit ning 9700 Eesti meediakajastust. Tartu 2024 kogus sotsiaalmeedias 55 777 jälgijat ning oli Google'i enim otsitud sõnade seas. Andsime välja 15 eri toodet, mida müüdi üle 5,7 miljoni eksemplari. Kantar Emori uuringu kohaselt teadis 90% eestlastest, et 2024. aastal oli Tartu koos Lõuna-Eestiga Euroopa kultuuripealinn. Norstati uuringus märkis 78%, et tiitliaasta tõi piirkonda külalisi ja andis võimaluse esile tõsta kohalikku eripära. Tartu 2024 pälvis rohkelt tunnustusi. Selja taha jääb imeline aasta, kuid tegu on vaid algusega. Kultuuripealinna mõju jääb kestma veel kauaks pärast tiitliaasta lõppu.
Kõrid ei hakka saama.
Ei, ma tahan veel kultuuri. Ma tahan veel. Kultuuri veel!
Aga nüüd ennekõike
But now, first and foremost, for all the introverts within the audience, good news. You felt safe already, but now you need to talk to the next person once again. And the question that we will discuss now is recollecting and then sharing with the one sitting next to you is when did you feel that this is the European capital of culture, that I am here in the European capital of culture? What was this one moment that you sensed it the strongest? So 1 minute for both of you to share, 2 minutes the total. So discuss with your neighbor.
Ja ongi see lühike aeg otsa saanud.
Now your time is up. So now your time is up, and perhaps to the joy of the introverts among you, it's time to move on, and we will continue with the first session, introductory presentation first of all, and I believe that to our first presenter of the day, you should be most thankful for, I believe, during the 2 days, because when I first spoke about the first day of school, let's imagine that it's a first class in literature and you have a large volume that you need to speak about in your first class, 450 pages, so a summary of Tartu 2024. I'm not kidding, it's a summary which we have really put together. But thanks to the next presenter, you will hear during 20 minutes what this entails. So Hanna-Simona Allas will now come to the stage, and she was Science and Technology program part responsible for 2024, and she's also editor-in-chief of Tartu 2024, The Story of Survival. So Hanna-Simona, you have the floor.
The sane and sensible thing to do would have been to say no. When I was first presented the opportunity to become the editor-in-chief of the Tartu 2024 evaluation report, then what I should have done while being in that room and getting that offer would have been to listen, smile, nod, and then very politely and very charmingly decline. And this for a number of reasons. Firstly, as you can all imagine, it is very difficult to write a unified and comprehensive story about a project as vast, as fast-paced, experimental, and in the best possible sense, as bizarre as the European Capital of Culture. Suddenly you are face to face with a dilemma trying to figure out whose story and to what extent is worth preserving in the written word, and more importantly, whose isn't. Now, as you can all imagine, seldom does this make the decision-making process easier if there is no right or wrong answer. On the contrary. And in addition to that, you will most certainly be followed by looming expectations when you get an offer like this, because we tend to look for a secret formula in the cultural sector that would say, if you invest X amount of money in culture, this is the amount of money you're going to get back. Almost like calculating dividend yields from the stock market or gains from your pension fund, should you enjoy this kind of luxury. Although we know that these kinds of calculations are based on market speculation, probability, not certainty. Yet we need something solid to hold on to, something to reference back to, even if the data may have huge gaps in it or its meaning may change by just very small contextual alterations. This desire to make sense of the future while relying on the past, even if the data may be unapplicable, makes us human. So I'm not trying to say that we shouldn't try to assess the economic impact of the culture and creative industries. We certainly should. But it does force us to ask how to measure something as broad and vague as culture, as we even struggle to define it. Now, that's a lot of existential questions for a potential job offer, don't you find? But I think if I had been interested in doing tasks that are easy or tried out before, I don't think that I would have joined the Tartu 2024 team in the first place. I have a feeling none of us would have. For whatever reason, call it a need to prove something or a lack of sufficient hobbies, we decided to say yes to a journey filled with sleepless nights, sacrificing our nerves and whatever remaining youth, for some less, for some more, to a year filled with culture. And so the question while writing this book wasn't even anymore, can you write a story about it, or is it possible to organize a European Capital of Culture? Of course it's possible, always is. But the question became, was it worth it? Or even put more broadly, is it worth it, and should we still bother organizing European capitals of culture in Europe? So, as Beatrice told, we did some digging in the numbers, and this is what we came up with. Of course, this you already know, but we're just repeating this for the people in the back. Tartu 2024 was the biggest cooperation project in South Estonia to date, bringing together a quarter of the country. This means 20 municipalities, around 4,500 team members, roughly the same amount of volunteers, and hundreds of politicians, policymakers, and entrepreneurs. But what's even more interesting is that around 60% of the local policymakers agreed that the title year helped to strengthen the cooperation between cultural event organizers and businesses in South Estonia. And even furthermore, 73% of the local respondents of the South Estonia Creative and Cultural Sector Survey agreed that the title year had a positive impact on South Estonia. So not only did this large project prove that we can organize huge initiatives in a country where sometimes even saying hello to your neighbor might be seen as an outrageous act, depending on where you live, but we also showed that this can be done in a way that a lot of people feel good about it. Of course, the degrees of agreeing it may differ, and it would be a very scary place to live in if everybody would like the same cultural expressions, but the trend is positive, and that is significant on its own. In addition to that, as you all heard already, Tartu 2024 Foundation and the main program project teams were able to secure additional funding worth of 2.6 million euros from various international funds and support programs. Now, is 2.6 million a lot of money or not a lot of money? Of course, that depends on where you're looking at it from. Compared to bigger European countries with bigger European capital of culture budgets, 2.6 million is relatively little. But for South Estonia, this is a remarkable feat. And in addition to that, as you already saw from the video as well, the European Capital of Culture, Tartu 2024, had about 15 special products that sold more than 5.7 million units. So if every single product of those would cost about €1, which we know they did, this would mean at least 5.7 million euros of revenue that went straight to Estonian entrepreneurs. That's not little for Estonia. The main program attracted around 1.3 million visits during 2022 to 2024. And in addition to that, tens of thousands of visits were recorded in our side program. But again, these numbers alone don't tell you a lot. What really interested me was that 9 out of 10 respondents who actually visited the Tartu 2024 events found that the event they took part in turned out to be a valuable experience. So, of course, the events might have varied in quality or, as I said, artistic experience or expression, but the people found it valuable, something new, something exciting. That's what we really wanted to achieve, and it seems we didn't do too bad. In 2023 and 2024, Tartu 2024 received 5,400 mentions in foreign online media, and the mayor talked about it as well. You might think, okay, so what? You know, we were just mentioned in the main newspapers of Germany and maybe Spain, maybe even United States. Yeah, no biggie, anyone could do that. But the reason why this is really, really remarkable when you want to translate it into data is that this would have cost, as you said, 133 million euros to obtain. So our marketing team, some of them right here as well, they were able to generate for us 133 million euros worth of visibility without actually paying that money. So give props to them. Yeah, go ahead. And talking about a small group of people who did some amazing stuff was that 97 young people have graduated, the aged 14 to 19, have graduated from the youth program Tartu 2024 Extended during 2022 till 2025. This is the next generation that will hopefully make sure that South Estonian cultural life will stay relevant, exciting, and unexpected. So let's go back to the original question. Was it worth it? Of course, you're all very welcome to make your own assumptions, and that very much depends on the data that you are operating with. But from the point of view where I'm standing, I would say that the answer is yes, it was worth it. But is it easy? Our internal employee survey, as well as various stakeholder reflections, showed that a lot of people battled with burnout or severe risk of burnout throughout this entire organizing process. Difficulties in securing that additional funding, turbulent geopolicy, as well as troubles in finding professionals and keeping them on your teams for a long period of time were only some of the existential threats hanging over our heads. Of course, as you already mentioned or noticed, then the creative concept of our title year was Arts of Survival. And sometimes it seemed that the world around us was really stretching that concept every single day, throwing in a new thing, a global pandemic, a war somewhere, or for example, inflation, you name it, we had it. And this kind of mental toll that is put on people, there's a reason why we have to talk about this, because it's not just unique to Tartu 2024, it's not unique to European capitals of culture, even though it's constantly talked about, but it's something that we face in the cultural industry time and time again, almost to a point where it seems inevitable and almost self-explanatory. But that doesn't mean it has to be this way. And of course, a lot has faded now that the title year is over, but I remember talking to a dear friend of mine at the end of the title year and coming to a realization that holding a European Capital of Culture title is a lot like going through an all-encompassing crisis, but a very good crisis at that. The kind of crisis that does make you anxious, worried, doubting at times, but that also gives you an opportunity to grow, to learn, to challenge yourself a little bit more than you're maybe used to. And so, in other words, it is a year filled with growth and experimentation that, yes, we shouldn't shy away from the fact that it comes with growing pains, but also with an immense sense of achievement. So, what do we do with knowledge like that? We know that it's worth organizing European capitals of culture, at least it was worth doing this. And we know that the people who are organizing it had a very difficult time at times. So how can we make sure that the cultural events still have high quality, large scope, but also that the process doesn't break people into bits and pieces and leave them kind of stranded, not knowing what to do next? And so what we decided to do was a very small step forward and really more of a token of gratitude than anything else. We decided to ditch the idea of writing a very conventional, academic, sometimes maybe difficult to read evaluation report. And instead we wanted to put together a handbook, or a survival handbook. It is of course meant mainly for people who are currently in the middle of organizing European capitals of culture who are thinking of bidding to become one, and of course for those who want inspiration for creating other large-scale cultural events like this. And so the book that we wrote is titled Tartu 2024, The Story of Survival, or Tartu 2024, ellujäämise lugu. And because we do work in the cultural industry, and there are no rules in culture, only sins, and the capital sin is being boring, then we decided that to kind of honor our creative concept, Arts of Survival, and to honor the concept of the survival handbook, we tied each of the chapters in this book with one universal survival rule. Hopefully this makes it easier to remember, and also positive side is that should you ever get lost in the woods, your probabilities of surviving then after reading this book are quite high. And so we wanted to bring together quantitative research and qualitative feedback, objective descriptions of processes and very subjective memories of them, so not just what we did, but how it felt, and also to talk very honestly about struggles and burnout, as well as achievements and recognitions. All in all, we've also added some checklists and rules. Of course, you don't have to follow them. You don't have to do anything except pay taxes and die eventually. But we did think that if you follow these guidelines, then it's much higher probability that you're able to create high-quality events and then also do it in a way that puts humanity first. And so this book is a reminder that every achievement comes with a price. But it's also a reminder that the goal of survival, because this is, after all, what we do in the cultural sector, try to survive. The goal of survival is not survival itself. The goal is the act of truly living, as a nation, as communities, as individuals, through culture and shared experiences. And so we did try to do our homework, and I think we've succeeded with 400 pages. And we did try to do the mathematics on this, but it seems that you can't put a price on living, can you? And you can't fake the feeling, no matter how hard you try. Instead, this kind of an event gives you the courage to go on, the confidence to say yes when a sane person would have said no. And it gives you hope for the future. And if we don't have that, what do we have? So I want to congratulate all of you for surviving the 2024 year. We couldn't have done it without you. And I also want to say to those who are currently preparing for their title year, happy surviving. It's going to be way more intense and way more fun than you initially imagined. And to all of us, I want to say many, many more European capitals of culture to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Hanna. Please stay here for a moment. So if you would have the opportunity to do one more study on or data gathering for Tartu 2024, resources unlimited, let's say, in theory, then what would it be? What would you really like to know?
I don't know if I would like to do any more research because I was not doing this alone. I was doing it with my team. And the superhuman feat that it took to kind of sift through all of this data was immense. So actually the question would be, can we measure something less? But I must say that it was an absolute kind of event on its own to read through the feedback that people gave to the European Capital of Culture and to different events. That was an opera on its own. Let's see if we can make part 2, the 500-page version of all the event feedback. I think I would like to dig into more of that to really see if you can see some kind of patterns. So maybe that with unlimited resources. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Hanna-Simona Allas. Veel kord suur aitäh ja...
So once again, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And this is also the moment that when you listen to and thought about where does the moderator take such nice questions from, it all comes from Slido. You can send the questions there as well. And slido.com and Kultuurikompass, you see it on the right-hand corner of the screen. You can send the questions that you have, so we can use them during the day as well. But let's go to the next presenter, and it would be very simple if we just had data and we could objectively say something about the data and not to argue about them. But unfortunately, real life is more nuanced than this. We have very many personal connections, emotions, ideas, and filters that actually make it more vague how people experience whatever is written in a most objective data set. So how do these different filters impact us? How is our behavior impacted? We shall hear about these things from Andero Uusberg, who is a professor of affective regulation and behavior at the University of Tartu, and he researches self-regulation, emotions, and he's one of the pioneers of behavioral sciences in Estonia, and he does the most difficult exams and tests at the University of Tartu, I can assure you this. So Andero, please, you have the floor.
Tere kõigile.
Hello everybody. I am a friend of Tartu and a friend of cultural managers and cultural people. So I was very happy to receive an invitation for this event, and I was also very happy to experience the presentation with my own eyes and my own ears. I rarely see good presentations on such a level. But I myself am a scientist. I cannot speak to you about cultural capital, but I can actually let you know how people tick, how people function. I am a psychologist, and when normal people meet scientists and they ask, what have you discovered lately? I can say that psychology is not a science where you can discover something. Psychology is a science where you can create better terms terms in order to describe things which have been discovered a long time ago. So you have your psyche, which means that you have already experienced what I will speak about, but I find the necessary terms to describe these processes. And I would like to speak about how expressions, impressions are created. Impressions about the things which we see around us or things we don't see well, that is a cultural capital. And to answer these questions, so we can peek into the machinery which gives us a possibility to sense the world. So hardware, it's brain, and software is our psychology. And this machine has a very big challenge to cope with, namely people, individuals that are using this machinery, us, relate to the world with things and people and capitals of culture and some objects. But we do not have any senses which enable us to sense cultural capital and things. We can only accept fragments, physical capabilities from the environment. For instance, some waves which we see as colors or intentiveness of colors or light. And we have a possibility to sense where this intentiveness changes. For instance, light between light and shade. We also see or hear different sound waves, how high or low some pitches are, how strong or silent the voices are. And the problem is that these senses are not directly related to things we care about. Because these little senses have different dimensions, we need to cope with them, and we cope with them extremely well, I have to say. So what I try to show you is strange. You don't see a world as just a single fragment, but you see as a connected whole. And the question is, how does our brain manage it? And we have theories, but we don't know it until the very end. And one of my favorite theories say that we can do it in a way that we do not build a copy of the world based on the fragments of our senses, but with the help of these fragments, we build a mental model of the world, and we apply this model in order to understand the world. So we don't sense the world itself, but we sense the model that we have created. And when I say model, I mean a basis of life experience, which is attached to words and terms. So where do we get the understanding of how the world works? Is we go back to the basis, some fragment of senses, a structure of the world, and very often these fragments are tied with some word, say a play car, model car, or mommy, or food. And in this way we create mental models. And when we sense the world, then it happens about the same way it is in this picture. Our senses create single fragments of different things, and then we rebuild models out of these fragments. So here's one simulations which help us to understand how our psychology works. This is a picture on the right-hand side. You don't understand what it is, but now when you take a look at it again, and many of you will understand what was in this picture. And what is different between before and now is that now you have some model which you can rely on, that you can expect what the pixels here mean. So this is the architecture. And there are some magic bullets which we have in order to use this architecture. So one thing is we are able to represent the world with the help of mental models. So we can speak about the world without this world. There are no elements, no cultural capitals. You tell me a word, a term, which initiates some mental model in my head, and now in my head there's also a model of something which you only have experienced. So we can communicate with each other and we can exchange quite rich information in a way that one of us have not experienced it actually firsthand. And the second magic, which is given by this architecture, is trying to foresee the future. Because it seems that in most of the situations where we end up or sensing most things, we don't actually start from blank page, but we have some expectations. I have experiences with communicating with someone. I have such mental models, and I have already in my head a mental model of what the cultural capital will be before I go to these events. So now I go to the events and I start experiencing it ourselves, and we don't get stuck in our models when the events actually provide something else. So we need to either fix the old model we have created ourselves when entering the situation, or we create a new model. But sometimes experiences have several meanings. So we have several models that fit together with the situation. And the model that I took into this situation, it counts. So it's important what you had created before in your head. There's one experiment where you can see such a text, for instance, and then the respondents were told to evaluate on a scale whether Thomas is a nice person or what happened during the cultural capital year. So we have two groups in this experiment, and before that the test groups have gone through a pre-test. Like in test of psychology, they need to do something absurd, see different colors and different shapes, and then hear different words in the headphones, and you have to say this term that you hear, and also say what kinds of colors or shapes you see. So some see positive terms such as self-assurance, independent, adventurous, and another group says arrogant and obsessed, and such negative connotation words. You can understand already what happens. The end of this experiment is that the people who hear positive terms see the next text about Thomas as being a very positive person, and the ones, the test group who has seen the negative words, think that Thomas is a bad person. So we have pre-created the model, and when the model meets the actual information, the next stage, then the model, of course, very importantly impacts what you see and what you experience. So these were the models I wanted to throw in the air before we start with our discussion panel. And I would like to call you to see in yourself and in others this life experience behind the terms which very often determine the way we sense the world. Thank you very much.
Suur aitäh, Andero, ja tervitus meie
synkroon. Thank you very much, Andero. And the moderator very nicely now also greets the interpreters and says that this was a challenge, really an art of survival, a live short introductory course. But Andero, first of all, I'd like to ask, from the point of view of people organizing such large-scale events, when we all have some mental preset of conditions, how do we actually organize Tartu 2024, a large-scale event, and how do we actually bring people together on the same page? Can we have some preparation so that they would have similar experiences out of this? And then when organizers read their feedback, what would you take away from it? And do we consider different nuances? Can we have a very single objective understanding of what happened? I believe this one single objective understanding should not be an aim in itself. It's very difficult also to achieve. But on purpose, I try to leave the follow-up and the summary to you. I don't know what the bottom line here should be. One thing, if you organize something large scale, is definitely how to do good marketing, how to do good communication. Good communication plays with the architecture we have, uses tips and tricks which are quite creative to this. And I believe that when I come to a person's head first and I say this is the model and I want you to see these things in the framework of the arts of survival, for instance, this is what we want to do. And I believe that this architecture also is tied with the golden rules of communication. Be the one to give information, be the one to say things out loud. If there are some expectations that are not up to the point, manage the expectations, find ways to frame the expectations in a way that this would become positive. And then the second question, I think, was what we can now say in hindsight, right? Okay, so perhaps when we read the feedback and see the multiple different approaches and feedback, so actually people experience the same thing, and how is it possible to experience the same things in a very different way? So to find an answer, go back to the same mental models. What was the framing or the expectation that people had when going into this situation? So I think framing and expectations are good terms to use here. What were the expectations that people had when going into the experience, and colored the experience to whatever color the feedback is now? The moderator says, as it is with good lectures, I'm not sure if you simplified the world for us now or made it more complicated, but thank you very much in any case, Sander Uusberg, for this introduction.
But
now let's go to the first discussion panel, and let's try to now build a bridge between the data that we heard about, that we talked about, and the emotions and senses that were mentioned. And for this purpose, I would like to call the panelists in front of you, and please do make yourself on the way. Kati Tihkan. Kati Tihkan was a car-free street project manager for Tartu 2024, and also won performance and play, and works at Estonian Film Institute and a manager of a band.
Madli Teller
is a dance trainer and cultural manager who has been a part of the program of Tartu 2024. And she finds that the biggest value of cultural capital is bringing forward communities and showing their uniqueness throughout South Estonia.
Indrek
Grigor is exhibitions department head at Tartu Art Museum. Surrealism 100 was one of the exhibitions that he was the curator of during 2024 year. And this conversation is managed by Jorma Sarv, a strategy consultant and creativity lab initiator, and he's been active in culture, sports, entrepreneurship, and also trained cultural managers. So Jorma, please, you have the floor, and you can be the moderator of this discussion.
Tere päevast ka minu poolt.
Good afternoon from my side as well. It happens very rarely that before a discussion or panel takes place, we've heard 3 great introductions. Unfortunately, we have such a lack of time because there's so much to say, but we will definitely give our best to manage. And we'll move on the 2 levels, like the topic of our discussion says, intuition on the one hand. So intuition, understanding, how we see the numbers, and perhaps things which are more in our head, with emotions and expectations. But we'd also like to speak about statistics, the numbers that we shortly already heard about. And these numbers are not only big and nice, but also very important. And their importance lies in being in the right context, and the context is something we'd like to speak about here today. But Andrei already, as a moderator, said has your experience been with the Cultural Capital Year, but please do summarize with 2 sentences your role in it, and perhaps also speak about the first expectation that you had yourself when you were starting. You knew that the Cultural Capital Year would start. Do you recollect any expectations that you had yourself to describe this role? So Madli, you go first. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. In Tartu 2024 context, I was a cultural specialist of Kastre local municipality, and festival Kaerajan was definitely one of our main events. We also organized an exhibition, and I managed communication and information from Tartu Cultural Capital to our local municipality and also backwards. And I was a volunteer also at the end of the year at another event, and it was important for me to also speak about this because it was a great experience as well. I went to work there thinking about the cultural capital, and I finished this role at the local municipality also when the cultural capital ended. So I managed to see and to experience the cultural management side, and my aim was to survive. And you did survive, right? Well, I also bore some losses, but we can speak about this later. Hello, my name is Kati, and I worked at the Foundation Tartu 2024 as a producer. I was invited here in 2020, actually. And at that time, I studied cultural management, so I came right out of the university. And this was a great opportunity for me also to come and test my new knowledge, and also to test how it actually works in practice. I believe that it worked quite well, because during this almost 5 years, actually, I managed to organize hundreds of marketing events, also Tartu 2024 to bring the Golden Egg Prize for good advertising, then organize very many different international visits, also visits of delegations to Tartu. And next to all of this, to also organize together with the city of Tartu the car-free street, which in the last year, the 5th year, was also one of the side programs of Tartu 2024. And I have to say that in the 5th year, it was a joy really to be the head of a production and the whole program of car-free street. It also was the most popular car-free street year, thousands of visits, which is unfortunately one of the stories that did not end up in the summary book, but our statistics is definitely included in the 1.3 million visits, which was the total of the year. At my high school, there was a teacher who said that statistics is like a mini skirt. It promises a lot, but it might not show anything. So, having come here as a student, and ending my cultural capital experience, which was 1/7 of the total number of visits. I have to say that really my experience was very intensive. See, sounds like a second higher education, so right into the second university from the first one. Indrek. Yes, Tartu Art Museum was tied with Tartu 2024 from the very beginning. So I have to say that when the title year was announced, I understood that we now need to actually get started more actively as well. What did we do? Surrealism 100 project. We were in the Cultural Capital program. We had 4 exhibitions in our own main building. And then in collaboration with the Natural Gallery of Prague, we also brought a large-scale Czech surrealism exhibition to Estonian National Museum. But we were also home to many other exhibitions as well, in the Tilted House, our main art museum house. And this was another niche exhibition which also proved that this is possible. And our own museum hosted an exhibition which was called "If You Would Understand Anything from the Dreams That You Saw When in Sleep." Came from Germany and brought together also some points from the history that were tied with Tartu. I cannot really say what our expectations were to Tartu 2024, but what's the follow-up? I have to say that we were self-confident, but for a good reason. Yes, this is the line of argumentation or viewpoints that we use as a basis to start discussing the statistics. And when perhaps we start from the very bottom, Andrei said, as you remember, that in slido.com, Kultuurikompass, as you see on the right-hand corner, you can also share the questions that you might have. From the statistics and the numbers, what caught my eye was a very high score, the visitor's satisfaction score. When I understood correctly, it was 8.9 out of a 10-point scale. This is a very high satisfaction rate, which means that somebody actually made a lot of effort for people to feel well. There were lots of effort in collaboration and making people feel good. How do you see collaboration? Was it a success? How and what were the added value points behind these numbers? How can we make such good summaries today? What would you like to emphasize as regards to collaboration? Let's start from the art landscape first. So, Indrek.
Ma nii palju võib-olla sulle teejuhiseks oskaks niimoodi kõrvaltpeegeldajana pakkuda, et see kasvõi sellel samal kunstiprogrammil oli.
What I can say is that the art project itself showed a number of doors for visitors. They could go different ways. Did you have any broader scale cooperation, or did you just continue the existing practices? Indeed, for the Tartu Art Museum, the Capital of Culture was an opportunity that we did not have on a daily basis. If I take this program, then we were doing what we are doing on a daily basis anyway, but the Capital of Culture gave it completely new tools. In that sense, the Capital of Culture for us was quite unexpectedly, but also predictably, a testing space in a way. Tartu Public Library and Art Museum are in the process of getting a new building, which means that the dimension of our projects is going to change completely. And the Capital of Culture project showed that the audience is there. If I currently have a couple of hundred of square meters of exhibition area, but I'm about to have several thousand square meters, the change is major. The question is for whom? If we look at Ruji Keda exhibition or the exhibitions in the Estonian National Museum, we can see that there are enough visitors and there is interest. I referred to Annelies Kont's project as a niche project, but the target group was aged 6 to 13, so primary school children. However, the number of visitors was no different to that of other exhibitions. It was very well received, in fact. Looking back, it seems to me that if you refer to the audience satisfaction, we constantly tend to underestimate our audience. They are in fact much more flexible and intelligent than we believe. And flexible in the sense that they are willing to accept what we cannot even think of. Annelies Kont's niche exhibition was not something to accommodate the wishes of audience. It was also approved by and recognized by the organizers of museums. Indeed, innovation is always something that Estonia has as a value, and that's something to mention in the future recommendations. Kati, we often tend to forget that the Capital of Culture is not something that lasts for a year, but it's something that lasts for years to come. Did the vibe of the Capital of Culture change for you throughout the project? Yes, definitely. For me, I mostly cooperated with our external partners from different capitals of culture, our twin towns, future capital of cultures, past capitals of culture. Over the years, the volume of cooperation went up. Since the main events took place in the title year, of course, their effect was seen during the title year. If you're asking me what the added value was, I have a great example from the Car-Free Avenue again. As part of that, we organized a weekend focusing on Latvia, where we engaged a number of partners from Latvia. We had events introducing Latvian regions and culture, but we also introduced 4 artists from Latvia. And in no previous Car-Free Avenues in the previous years have we had so many visitors from Latvia, so that really attracted visitors from Latvia. And this is great because a number of them were from small towns such as Valmiera, Cesis, who are very open to this cooperation. This was very good for both us and for the Latvians who came here. Madli, looking at the cooperation network more broadly than the city of Tartu, how much potential did we use? How could we measure this? In fact, I kept thinking about your first question. Can I also answer that? It was about the satisfaction of the audience. There are two things I wanted to emphasize in relation to that. One of them is the accessibility question. As organizers, we had to consider this at every moment, and this was reflected in the experience of the audience. And the other question is geographical and links to your second question. Throughout this year, we saw culture in very diverse places. So culture and events moved out of ordinary spaces to completely new spaces. And that was quite a strength of the project. Whether culture was taken into an archive, into an undergrowth of a forest, that demonstrated the crystallization of the cooperation between different municipalities, between Tartu 2024 Foundation. So that was a complete new way of cooperation, going into a bog and actually organizing something there. How do we organize this? So in this intuitive part, the underwater part, so to say, there's something else we need to consider that has an important impact. The awareness of municipalities. We are going to have local elections soon, and I dare hope that culture has been given more attention thanks to this title year. How optimistic could we be in that sense? I think this depends largely on the municipality. The work of developing communication within a municipality, especially thanks to international projects, is an immense value. Whether each municipality can use this value and make the most of it is another question. I think the success stories are the ones where organizers sit down with project managers and organizers and have debriefs to discuss what went well and what could have been better. So I think if representatives of municipalities do this, we can hope more. That would be a major leap, but I don't know if this has happened in each of the municipalities. I think it is very important in an interim report or summary to think about the audience, the numbers of visitors, the cultural statistics, not only in terms of 1 year, but also in the long-term impact. But I think it's equally important to assess how it all affects the cooperation of organizers and communication with municipalities. But now let's get closer to the data, to the physical numbers. I loved Dr. Beatriz Garcia's question. What does data tell us? Some of these numbers are over millions, some are in hundreds, some tens of thousands. Do these numbers give you a feeling of success and contentment, or do they lay new standards? Like Indrek said, we should not underestimate our audience. Should we keep striving higher from where we are now? How do we interpret such figures? Well, I believe that, as we have said repeatedly, data depends on the context. And from my perspective, I understand very well that the data related to my events was as good as it was, thanks to the opportunities provided by the Capital of Culture. In my daily work, I do not have such opportunities, and I will not in any new predictable future. I would say that the resources that were given to us allowed these numbers to be as they are. But as a follow-up question, let me just give you an example. For instance, Tartu Song Festival grounds. About 50,000 happy people discovered this place for themselves. So should we convince the stakeholders that we have the potential and we should strive higher from these numbers? Absolutely. We should make use of the results that we have, which was possible thanks to Tartu 2024. And I think Tartu Song Festival grounds are a wonderful example. At the Estonian Music Awards Gala, they were also given the award of the best venue. And this summer, they also hosted a number of large-scale concerts. So we should definitely keep the momentum going, because indeed the year of the capital of culture allowed us to see the value that is hidden in Tartu and in South Estonia. Indrek, you keep an eye on Estonian life of art. If we compare this year of Capital of Culture with an ordinary year, so to say, although I don't know if we can talk about any ordinary years in today's world, but let's say years that we are not under the title of the Capital of Culture. So in comparison with 2024, looking at the indicators of museums, can you see any trends that you would like to underline? There was no major leap compared between 2023 and 2024. The Tilted House was visited about 12% more. But what conclusions can we draw from this? Before that, we already had COVID, we had the war in Ukraine, we had inflation in one way or another. They capped mobility, so that the statistics for 2024 are quite tricky in that sense. We could say that it's good news that visits did not drop, and we could say that it was thanks to the Capital of Culture year. On the other hand, the Czech surrealism exhibition and the Kieda exhibition in the Estonian National Museum, if we take these, well, we know that people in Estonia like to go to theaters a lot, and if we look at these exhibition visitor numbers, it seems to me that if we have a major exhibition, it attracts people. If we bring the space, if we have the space for exhibition, it does get the attention that we are seeking. And I can draw real conclusions that 40,000 people go to see exhibitions in the National Museum, whereas when it comes to a Tilted House, I'm not allowed to let as many people come in because of health and safety requirements. So I think those numbers are very encouraging, but we have to put them in context. As we are talking about figures, have you come across any fact or any data that has been especially relevant for you, or raised a question for you? Indeed, I looked at the numbers of working hours of volunteers, and I calculated that if one person had to work this number of hours, it was about 106,000 working hours. If one person had to do it in a row, it would be 12 hours of work. And then I realized I miscalculated. That would be working for 24 hours a day. But 8 hours a day, it would be 51 years. for one person to do it. I checked it several times, and that is the result. One volunteer would have to work for 51 years full-time to do all the work for Tartu 2024. And I know that not all the volunteering hours have been noted. So it is incredible, the influence, the contribution of volunteers. And of course, as paid workers, we also contributed a lot of personal hours at the expense of family life. About 20% of the working hours that we noted in the organizational team was done by volunteers. So each fifth hour of work was done by a volunteer. And for me, this is impressive, and that's something to remember. I don't know what it's like for organizations, but in project management in the cultural sector, this is what it looks like. This might be a good moment to stop for a moment. You said 51 sad years, but why sad? It could be 51 happy years. It could be someone's life work. So we should value it. How should we propel the life of volunteers to continue from this point onwards? How do we make the most of this impact? I think if people feel that the projects tell their own story, this is when they want to contribute. If the content is interesting for them, or if they have more to say about this, this is when they want to contribute. And that's why we had our most dedicated volunteers. We also had those who were assigned to us, but the most dedicated ones were the ones who wanted to tell their own story. What about you? Is there anything else we can put our finger on here to use this great momentum in relation to volunteers? In relation to volunteers, I cannot comment, but Madli referred to institutions, and I have a lot of paid staff. I cannot say the exact number here, but having read through the project report before today's event, I must say that never have I had to write down a list of cooperating institutions for any other project. So looking at the data that we are gathering, it was a very interesting experience to write down all the people and organizations who were there as cooperation partners, and that is quite impressive. Yes, there were some technicians here and there, but if you list them all, it is quite impressive indeed. You always feel like you're working in a small sector and there are not a lot of institutions. But if you put it on black and white, we can see that we are quite a large sector. I would like to add something different. Similarly to Madli, as I was preparing for this panel and I analyzed the data of events I organized between the years 2022 to 2024. Greetings to my colleague Annika, who drew up this beautiful data chart for me. I noticed a very interesting trend in the sense of accessibility and sustainability. It was interesting to observe how in 2024, in accessibility, I had been very certain that my events were very accessible, but the explanations were quite superficial, and looking back, the accessibility was probably not as good as I thought. In 2023, when the accessibility specialist had joined the foundation and improved our knowledge in that respect. It was very interesting to see that my own evaluation of the accessibility of my events had dropped, and I was much more self-critical in that sense. And by the year 2024, when we had already worked a lot with our accessibility specialist, all of our events were accessible, and there was thorough information about what we did to ensure accessibility. So there was a clear reflection in the data about the development of organizers, and it was interesting for me to see that. Thank you for introducing this topic. Someone from the audience has also asked about awareness of environment, of sustainability. It was very important to engage sustainability. How did we do, in your opinion? Only short time has passed, but what about the responsibility of organizers? It was a great opportunity to implement this at municipality level. We decided immediately that we would use all these same practices at our other events as well, not only in 2024 events. Environmental sustainability is something that you need to implement constantly, and this way you implement it step by step. It normalized the topic for us, and we improved in implementing it. Something that we also find important is our message to the audience. If we talk about 1.3 million people, this message should be transferred even further. Long-term processes take time, and it all goes hand in hand with how the world is changing. But now it is time to shift the focus to the future. Hanna Simon-Allas has said that we do not necessarily need to gather more data. But now that you have gone over the initial data, is there anything else that you think we should analyze in the future? Are there any questions that we should ask differently? In the report, it was said that not only the big things are important, but there are also small things which matter, and we should not only be guided by large numbers and large events. Some small events might have even more impact. What should we bear in mind in data collection in the future? I would like to emphasize confidence. Tartu 2024 was a proof that we have nothing to worry about, that we should be confident. It is a joy for me to see that we were able to do what we strived to do. The audience is there, we have the ability. It is quite often about the resources. If the resources are there, we are able to do quite a lot. And it's not that we are a small rural area in the south of Estonia. There truly is no reason to feel that we are not worthy or capable. I completely agree, and I think confidence is something that we should have since the beginning of the organization process, as we lay down the KPIs. hindsight 2020, of course, tells us what could have been worded better or analyzed better. However, regarding sustainability and environment, I wanted to give you an example. In addition to the fact that us as organizers, we developed a lot. In my daily work, I feel that I implement the knowledge that I acquired. But in addition to that, when I come to Tartu and I organize events here, the local service providers, as soon as I tell them about my expectations of environmental sustainability, their reaction has been several times, yes, of course. We organized a number of events as part of the Capital of Culture year. We are aware of this and we use it in our daily work. And this is wonderful. The impact really is there. I would summarize the future vision in a way that it bridges to the European Capital of Culture keywords. Personally, I found it most successful when organizers who wanted to offer a program looked in detail into their field of specialization and looked at what they specifically could offer and based their events on that. I think this links with how to provide or how to offer what is unique to us. We often forget about this. Every small place in Estonia has something to offer, but you need to dive deeper. And the framework helps to look into this and link it to other places in Europe. And that is a great value that I think we should develop in the Capital of Culture context and more broadly. I hope that in addition to the audience numbers and conclusions, something that will also remain is how we are proud of our culture, of our town, of our fellow citizens, and how we can use the opportunities provided by culture, whether for survival or for growth. In the analysis of indicators, this is equally important. Would you do this again? Is something the audience also wants to know. I would, but I would try to ensure that I have to work a little bit less personally because I burnt out quite severely. But I would do it again. Knowing myself, I think if I gave myself a bit more time, I would definitely say yes if I was offered it again. Absolutely. This is the plan, isn't it? After Siuru is finished, we will do it every day. Thank you.
No nii, veel kord suur tänu.
Thank you very much to the panelists and thank you for keeping up with the agenda. In fact, we are 2 minutes ahead of the agenda. Well done, moderator of the panel. That means we can start lunch slightly earlier than planned. But before that, some practical information. There was a mention of a book, which is now available online. You need to scan this QR code and then you can choose whether you want it in Estonian or in English. but you can also find it at the Tartu 2024 website anytime. This is definitely worth a read. It is a full book, but there are also a lot of photos, so don't worry that there is just text. It is aimed to be audience-friendly, reader-friendly, have a lot of content, but also give an easily accessible overview of what happened during the 2024 title year. After the lunch break, we are going to have parallel sessions. There will be 6 simultaneous sessions at the same time. I hope most of you have chosen where you would like to go. Let me give you a brief overview just in case. Here in this room, we will hear tips about networking a quarter of the state. This will be interpreted into English. Fully in English, we will have discussion panel, culture capital, springboard for international cooperation. In Estonian, you will also listen to cultural breakthroughs through media and community as an engine for culture. And there will also be 2 parallel sessions which are currently filled. You can no longer register for these. Sensibility Street Art Workshop and the University of Tartu Museum tour with a guide. But if you definitely would like to participate in the latter 2, you can ask the registration table downstairs and they'll give you information whether there's any spot left. All these start at 1:15, and on the walls you have guidelines of how to get to the right place. There are also arrows on the floor, so you can do some orienteering if you are up for it. I also want to leave you with a question to think about during the lunch break. It's on the screen now, and the question is, how do you know that your work or project has been successful? That's something to think about either alone or with someone that you are having lunch. Without further ado, I wish you a nice lunch. This is completely free. You'll find it in Püssirohu Kelder, Gunpowder Cellar. We will meet back here at 1:15. And make sure you find the right room for your parallel session. After this, there will be a coffee break. All the coffee breaks take place here in the foyer. You'll find coffee and snacks throughout the day if you so wish. And we will all meet back in this room at 3:15. Meanwhile, I hope you enjoy the parallel sessions, and before that, lunch. Enjoy.
smile as I'm watching you go. 'Cause usually in the morning I'll be out there falling in the light of every word that you say. But a honey little mirror, the sun isn't forever. I just see you in a different shade. I used to think the world revolved around you, darling, but it's crashing down and light
jääks ette. Ja, 1, 2, 3, väga hea.
Jah, siinsamas on hea.
Kusagil? Umbes. Selge. Aga siis laua pealt võtan selle, seisan siin ja taimer, kas me mingi
J'ai testé toutes les langues, j'ai une faiblesse pour le français, c'est une langue merveilleuse. J'aime notamment les jurons français. Nom de Dieu, putain de bordel de merde, de saloperie, de connard, d'enculé de tas de merde. Voyez, c'est aussi jouissif que se torcher le cul avec de la soie, j'adore ça.
see a different view. Even when we're lying next to each other, I navigate the space round you. So much of us is hidden undercover. And if we can do this together, speak about all the love you started out. And if we complicate the matter, lose the vision losing my way. Through this darkness, she was heartless in every way. I'm losing my way. to go to a road down that old road. You're making my heart low, lost in that old world. You're the only one I'll ever fall. So won't you come home soon? Won't you come home soon? Won't you come home soon? Won't you come home soon?
He used to get hurt by all the girls. They try his world for just a season, and now he's got a good girl, and she wants to stay. Ooh, but he's gotta go for his own reasons. Ooh.
Nii, tere kõikidele, rõõm teid siin näha. Jätkame meie kultuurikompassiga, mis siis keskendub Euroopa kultuuri
Welcome back, and let us continue with the Culture Compass, focusing on the impacts and results of Tartu 2024. This was the largest scale cooperation in Tartu and South Estonia. 20 municipalities in the South of Estonia cooperated in order to organize this event. Today we will talk about how this cooperation was possible, what were the critical reasons for success, what went right, and what could have been done better. So we will share tips for networking a quarter of the country. In today's panel, we have representatives of different municipalities who have contributed towards the project. Please introduce yourselves and share what your role was in the Capital of Culture. Sven, could you go first, please? I would love to. My name is Sven Dobraluts, and I am the head of the Organization of Municipalities of Tartu County. I got involved starting from a meeting that I had to chair, and I have been in this position longer than Annela, in fact. My name is Erika Mark. I am from Põlva, and I'm the head of Põlva Cultural Center. Thank you for inviting me here today. I was very much involved in event organizing. Põlva Cultural Center organized 2 large-scale festivals, several exhibitions, concerts, ballet performances, and throughout the year we were involved in a number of events. So I'm a cultural organizer. My name is Kristi Valls. I am the cultural specialist of Võrumaa region. It is difficult to clarify exactly how I have been involved because I have had several roles. in the capital of culture. As the marketing specialist of Võrumaa Cultural Center, I had the joy of being a member of the regional committee, which had representatives of each municipality. On Wednesday mornings, I saw Annela regularly, and this was our chance to contribute our county vision. I also was the lead of several projects. We wrote a large-scale project for the county-level competition and a small project for the small project competition. And there was also a community measure that I helped develop. I was also involved in Tartu Extended Youth Project, leading young people who were joining in the project in Võru County. So I have quite widespread experience. Hello to everyone online and in person. My name is Jorma Riivald. When I first had my contract with 2024 at Tartu, it was quite a while back. And back then we were very idealistic. We did not know how much work was going to be going into it. We were purely visionary. I was at the time leading the Otepää events team. And we were then informed that Tartu, along with other municipalities in the south of Estonia, would be bearing this honorable title. With my colleagues in the cultural organization field, we decided that I would be the point of contact, and we started having weekly meetings every Friday. Otepää submitted 2 large-scale projects. I'll tell you more about these later. One of these was carried out in full scale, and there was also a number of smaller projects. I was there involved in from the grassroots level, and it was a wonderful ride. As the coordinator of South Estonia, I have also enjoyed the ride with you all. When I joined in January 2019, we were still half a year away from winning the title. And we had to agree with all of South Estonia how we would win the title and beat our wonderful competitor Narva. The reason why you are all here today is that you have been contributing to the Capital of Culture for years, and this experience allows you to evaluate the impact of the Capital of Culture. When we were running for the title, we were in the preparation phase. Looking back, why do you think it was important that South Estonia altogether ran for the title? Sven, you have been involved the longest. Would you start, please? I thought it was it made complete sense. Tartu is just one county, but if we added Põlva, Võrumaa, Valgamaa and Viljandi town, we would be able to offer more. The Seto County, Põlva, Otepää regions, we saw from the beginning that it had to be a broader area. Aarhus from Denmark, Capital of Culture 2017 was a great example. Leeuwarden in the Netherlands 2018 was another example. They also involved an entire region. I joined on the 16th of January 2019 in partnership with the city of Tartu, and at the invitation of Urmas Klaas, the mayor of Tartu, we invited all heads of municipalities of the south of Estonia in order to discuss how we could sign an agreement of goodwill before we drew up the culture book. I would like to say my thanks to the mayor of Tartu, Urmas Klaas, who has been working very hard contributing to this project, as well as to all the other heads of municipalities. This all contributed towards the larger cooperation between heads of municipalities. Cooperating in the field of culture means it is logical that we would involve other fields as well. And as a result, we signed an agreement of cooperation between different municipalities in the south of Estonia in the year 2020. In the creative sector, we decided to cooperate. And there is also the Tartu Film project where all the municipalities are contributing to, as well as Tartu Entrepreneurial Youth, which is the largest ever entrepreneurship project for the youth, where southern Estonian municipalities are also contributing. Indeed, altogether, the south of Estonia is able to initiate such large-scale projects. Tartu County alone would be too small. We could have done this alone, separately, but we decided to look in the longer term, and we are here with South Estonia. As the mayor of the municipality of Otepää, I want to say, and I hope that no one from Tartu will be offended, that alone you could not have done this, or not as beautifully. Tartu is a wonderful city which carries the spirit of university and culture, but what lies in our cultural history is spread across Võru, Viljandi, Põlva counties, the smoke zonas, nature, wild nature, and all that goes with it. This heritage is spread around, and I think it was great that we were able to show us as an urbanized yet scattered people. And I think this also contributed to our Four Seasons projects. As a cultural specialist from the Võru County, what do you think the power of the south of Estonia is in total? Sven and Jorma have already said several things I wanted to say, but I would say that, well, I joined I started my position in 2019, in November. I had previously not worked in the cultural sector as actively. I had connections, but I had not been leading any cultural development. And I received this email from Astrid, who talked about the cultural strategy. The first Kultuurikompass was organized. Then on the 19th November, Annela wrote to me and said, "Hi, Kristi, I did not want to reach out on the first day you were in this position, but I would love to tell you more about Tartu, capital of culture." We met up in Tallinn because Võru County was visiting the parliament. She was telling me about the ideas. I did not understand all of this, but I thought it sounded wonderful. And thinking back, I felt like it was a great starting platform for me. Everyone was talking about culture and not at county level, but at South Estonia level. I was not alone. I had colleagues not only from my county, but the rest of South Estonia. We started meeting regularly. Those culture compasses and joint learning trips were wonderful, and I would not exchange this experience for anything. Cooperation has got its own flair and its difficulties, but I remember vividly this first cultural trip, and I thought it was great that we could do this, that we could see what other capitals of culture were doing. Tartu Capital of Culture wanted to beat others, I remember that clearly, and we did beat them. Of course, we wanted to be the best capital of culture in Europe, and we wanted to stand out, and I think we did it. Erika? I think the goal was quite ambitious indeed. I represent the small town of Põlva, and I think it was great that the decision was made, that Tartu was willing to share this attention with all of South Estonia. I thought it was a great plan because culture tends to shine in larger cities, and what happens in the rural areas is more often overlooked, stays behind the latest developments. However, so many wonderful things are happening in villages, in rural areas, small towns, who never have the opportunity to become a capital of culture, whether it is Põlva or Värska towns. The fact that Tartu reached out to us and told us to join in was such a great opportunity. It was an amazing challenge, and I can later tell you about what the Põlva Cultural Center did. I had moved to Põlva from Tallinn a year before we received the title. I wanted to leave Tallinn in order to have a more relaxed lifestyle in my personal and professional life. And when I then realized that the capital of culture was coming to Tartu, I had a wow reaction. And when I realized it was coming even closer to me, I decided we had to make the most of this. And it has been one of the most active years in my life, for sure, but it was all worth it. Small rural areas won a lot from this. Of course, Tartu would have received even more attention if you'd taken it all on yourself. But the networking and how it spread to a quarter of Estonia, I think has longer-term impact, and I think this is deserving of an applause. A question for Sven. Is there anything that could have gone differently in this running for the joint title? Yes, we could. Some municipalities could have been left out, for instance. Just part of county could have joined, but we wanted everyone to join in, and the negotiations were happening until last minute because we wanted to have everyone on board. There was a lot of explaining to be done about where the responsibilities are, because all the municipalities had to contribute financially as well. It was important for members of the councils, the local councils, to understand what the value of this investment was. Before we won this title, we signed an agreement of goodwill at the tower of Suur Munamägi Tower. Let's watch the video of how we did this.
Head sõbrad, ajalooline hetk Suure Munamäe tornis. Lõuna-Eesti omavalitsus.
This is an important moment. We are here in the tower of Suur Munamägi Tower. We are signing an agreement of goodwill for Tartu to become the capital of culture 2024.
See on väga ajalooline, kus 20 omavalitsust panevad nagu seljad kokku.
It is a historical moment because 20 municipalities are signing an agreement, and I have no doubt that we will reach a successful title. I'm sure that the capital of culture is something that all the municipalities will benefit from. It will allow us to emphasize the values that we all have, but which we may not remember on a daily basis. Capital of Culture is all about networking as well. And what else could a small municipality wish for who are getting less attention on a daily basis? This is a great opportunity for cultural and business exchange for the future. When I look at what Tartu has already done, I feel secure, and I can assure you that Viljandi will do what we can in order to contribute to the program. The south of Estonia will give us momentum to come together as a region in the south of Estonia.
Nii, kui noored ja ilusad me olime kõik 6 aastat tagasi.
We all looked so young and beautiful 6 years ago. Signing the agreement of goodwill and cooperation was a crucial step towards winning the title as Unified South Estonia. Bringing this title home was but a question of formatting. But after that, things got more interesting. We were signing the agreement of goodwill, and we decided to do it together if we did win the title. We did in August 2019, and this was followed by negotiations in order to agree in more detail with the entire south of Estonia how we would implement this project, who would contribute, to what extent, who would pay for what, and how we would treat everyone equally, fairly, without forgetting that we were participating as joint South Estonia, where events happening in different parts of the region would get equal attention. We also had to contract local councils because there was financial investment required, and this had to be approved by councils. For this reason, it was important for this agreement to be mutual. There had to be acceptance by all councils, and if there were any questions, this had to be negotiated with all the other 19 municipalities. Jorma, you were part of these negotiations. What do you remember from this project? I remember it was largely on my shoulders when I contacted the heads of parishes. Heads of parishes did not feel a lot of motivation because the way the financing would work seemed unclear. There was a lot of explaining to be done, and I think we were one of the most capricious ones to sign this agreement. But I am glad that we did sign it. It was the right decision, no doubt. We benefited immensely from this. And I would like to ask those who are listening, what was the first event that bore the title of Tartu 2024? It was in winter. As the cultural organizer back then, I was able to get this title for us. It was the Winter Song Festival. And this gave a lot of certainty for our cultural workers, and it was a very emotional and wonderful event. We organized it in partnership with Tartu, and it was broadcasted by the Estonian Public Broadcasting Agency as well. So we had the media outlet. Indeed, this marked 2 years until the beginning of the capital of culture, and indeed it was broadcasted from Otepää in Valga County. It was the Winter Night Song Festival. We ensured that all our municipalities had events. So now let me ask you, Sven, what were the critical factors of success which allowed us to all reach agreements with between municipalities of the south of Estonia? I think leadership was the most crucial element. I want to underline the work of the mayor of Tartu and all other heads of municipalities as well. Towards the end, there was a final meeting with all municipality leaders, and we agreed together what the main goal was and how parishes would benefit from participation. It was all crucial that we came together, that we discussed, that we asked the critical questions to understand how to improve the process. I think the leadership and the role of mayors and the heads of parishes was crucial. I also thought it was great that we could have these discussions with different municipalities separately, but also at each county level, where we negotiated the expectations of each municipality separately, and then came together as South Estonia as a whole, and then we agreed on the model as a whole. Erik and Kristi, would you like to add anything about this cooperation process? I was not part of this. I was not part either. But what I can say is that I went to the following meetings, and I saw that this process gave us a momentum, a joint goal. We had agreed on where we were headed. We had given our input, and this allowed cooperation to flow better. leadership, being in dialogue became easier. Something that we were not prepared for was that each municipality tried to perhaps pull the long straw to us, although the conditions were all the same, more or less. And at the end of the day, none of us knew what was ahead or how much work would go into it, indeed. A fear that we had at the time was related to the fact that the council said that, sure, you have our agreement, but the money would come from the culture budget. And I told them, no, it has to come from elsewhere. Because the year where we have so many external visitors, we would have to fund our own regular events as well. We can't just put all the money into 2 major events. We have to do the regular ones as well. And this was very hard to explain. And a lot of convincing had to be done, but finally it worked. There weren't always, it wasn't always easy for Annela, and the negotiations in Otepää were difficult. But thank you for putting up with this. There was someone who said that Astrid would have to join in the process, and I think she had quite a hard time. Was it Sven? No. It was Priit Lamp, head of parish of Kostre. So this Astrid, who Kristi has referred to several times, is Tartu regional culture, head of culture development. At that original stage, we already started implementing the cooperation method, and we developed an expert committee. We had Wednesday morning meetups online, and we also started the municipality cooperation model, where representatives also participated. A couple of culture themes, different topics, several times a month. So indeed, it was a dense project, a dense period. COVID hit at the same time, and it was the time for all the municipalities to come together to sign an agreement. But during COVID restrictions, it was impossible to have heads of different municipalities come together in the same space, in the same room. It was impossible. We may have forgotten it by now, but it was impossible at the time. So what we had to do was we had to visit each municipality. We had very small numbers of people present. We had representatives from municipalities, and we signed the agreement with all heads of municipalities like this. So let's watch another video of how the agreement was signed.
Seda me tahame eks nagu pita ja eks näidata ka ennast. Et ühtepidi, et me kultuur säilisi, teistpidi me peame ka vähe mõtlema, mida me julgeme ja nagu pakku sellele maailmale ja Euroopale.
Ja
Väiga oluline seda ka veel maini, et nii kui nakats lippu siin ühtsese kõrval saisva, katkegi Seto lipp ja Euroopa Liidu lipp, siis peadki meelen pidama, et Euroopa Liit nakkas pääle Setomaas. Setomaa on Euroopa Liidu värävä. Tere tulemast Setomaale, tere tulemast Euroopa Liitu.
Siin on Setomaa, jah.
Setomaale tuli sõbrakõse.
From the southeast of Estonia.
Setomaale sõbrakõse. Tartu linnas suure herre. Tartu linnas suure herre. Setomaa üks kampahari. Setomaa kampahari. Anniks umami allkirja. Anni uma allkirja. Pälinsa kultuurirahval. Päälin kultuurirahval. Üle Euroopa sami kuulsasta. Üle Euroopa kuulsasta. Hoiam korgami umalelod. Hoiam korge umalelod.
Nii, ja kui me olimegi siis koostöölepingu...
And when we had signed a cooperation agreement with all the local municipalities in our network, then we started preparing the program and its contents. And this application round, which was supposed to bring the event to all Southern Europe, Estonian local municipalities, was a call for proposals. And the conditions we prepared together with the regional specialists. There were lots of sticks and carrots hidden. Motivation, for instance, was when collaboration was concluded between several local municipalities, then own financing rate was smaller. When the municipalities do it on a one-by-one basis, own financing needed to be higher. And also regional and international partnerships were fostered and supported. And so now we speak about the processes and preparations of this process in the south of Estonia. Preparing regional program and collaboration. What went well? What could we have done better? Jorma, Kristi and Erik, you were more in the program preparation phase. Kristi, I believe that you already referred that I will be speaking about this later. So now it's your turn. The floor is yours. Yes, I have to say this was a lot of work. When I recollect correctly, then first of all we had the pitching of ideas phase. We needed to present the ideas we had. Thereafter, the criteria for the calls of proposal were created for the regional projects and proposals to be presented. Of course, the good thing was that many had a chance to participate, smaller as well as bigger actors. There were many things that went well, but at the same time, with several events, there was also room for improvement, because obviously we did not have means for everybody to share. And how many of you have been writing a research or project proposal for up to 70 pages or reporting thereafter? I still remember how bad I felt when writing the report later, because these stages I was not used to thinking through beforehand. Of course, it was a very good experience, but the result was nice. With our expert committee, we counted over 50 project proposals. We needed to evaluate them, give feedback, and in some senses it was even nice to see who was prepared to write the projects and what ideas eventually became as project proposals. There were, of course, more ideas than proposals, and we also knew that at the end only 1 to 2 proposals would get financing. So it was quite confusing, this phase. So I understand that this whole path was a learning curve for everyone. The cultural capital team learned, we learned as well. And the proposal writer also maybe sometimes had their feelings hurt through the process. Because as you ask about the positive, negative sides, I have to say that sometimes it was also a question of communication. Information in this area reached quite late to the people. So even the contact people who took part in the information sessions from the local municipalities perhaps did not transfer this knowledge and information to people who manage culture on a daily basis in their local municipalities. And also the one piece of wrong information was that you cannot present the events that you already have. You need to figure out something new. Well, in Võru and Seto County in the southeast of Estonia, there are very unique events already. For instance, in Võru there's a children's festival. It's the best one we have, and at the same time we were told that we cannot present already the events that we had traditionally, but we need to present something new. But I believe that in general quite some things changed in this time. Some events that already were brought to life beforehand were transformed and presented. For instance, we organized a night dancing festival. Jan Ulst, who was our program manager, told us all the time to think outside of the box. Some things we managed to do well, some things failed, but eventually I think it was a success. Erika, please. I believe that it was quite cool that Tartu 2024 pushed us to think creatively, provide new ideas. Cultural people, creativity is not usually limited. They manage to come up with new things, and it's actually nice because otherwise this cultural capital year would be a year like any other. And I believe that everything starts with a good idea, and it might take time to be able to come up with these ideas. Of course, I believe that we had a session where ideas were just pitched and provided. So we had several roundtables. We sat together and were proposing what are the unique characteristics of this and that area, and what could we provide. Of course, it was a little bit painstaking in the beginning, this process. I don't know if Triinu Laan is here in the audience, but her and I, the first proposal we made was a modern musical performance. We even had a conductor, a stager, everything, until at one point in time we did not move on with it because we understood that it's not flying. And then we created a new idea. Together with Festival Orient, we had this Sky Park ceremony. So we were more courageous and bold in our idea. We wanted that in the Põlva Cultural Center, the terraces and roofs would be constructed. And when there's a cultural capital year, we expected the local municipality to perhaps support the investment more. So it was not only about the festival itself, but also a physical infrastructure and actually constructing the roof terrace. And we needed to renovate the roofs anyways. But now there's a very beautiful Sky Park for organizing leisure time events and also a nice viewing platform for the town of Põlva. The local municipality found also support and financing for this sky terrace. The construction was not as successful in the beginning, it was delayed, but the festival still coincided with the actual physical construction of the terrace. And this was number one, the biggest project, but then the next idea was provided by the city of Tartu. We had more contacts among the colleagues, so it seemed that there were already ideas from France, from Paris, people we knew, then also film directors, Sophie and Jeremiah, who made a very nice documentary about the south of Estonia and also Seto area, that we could have a film presentation, and then Ian McGregor's ballet that we finished up the year with. So the contacts and ideas were increasing within time. But the roof terrace and Sky Park ceremony and festival was something we managed to launch as well. But you said also that COVID-19 was in its end. We managed to go through it, survive. We knew the limitations. But then February 2022, a full-scale aggression to Ukraine by Russia was launched, so again our activities were disrupted because we also had Siberian performers coming to collaborate with us, very nice choir from Tuva, etc. But we did not manage to have these guests over from Russia. Well, you already mentioned different individual events. Would you like to say something about the regional proposal round before we go to the actual events? Thank you very much for repeating the question. I might say something weird now, but it seemed that we rushed too slowly. We in Otepää region, we had a lack of time. Why? Because this brainstorming session with us was too long. It became too broad and too vague, and we did not manage to get enough material for a good project proposal. And we also had a deficit of human resources. I was the only contact and interlocutor that was actually dealing with the thing, and I managed at the same time 4 cultural houses in the region, so I just had too much work. And I remember when the proposal deadline was almost there, I sensed that I'm facing a lot of pressure, and then I started looking for help. I should have actually searched for help beforehand to help me actually put together the project. Because the Pyhäjärve lake beach gourmet was something which we were responsible for. But this was put together from 3 different ideas. But yes, all in all, I believe that time-wise it was not good, well planned with us. Sven Dobreluts. Well, let's speak about what we did in Tartu. I cannot summarize it within just a couple of words. We have to say that in 2019 we started the Tartu cultural strategy process. We concluded it 2 years later. and we said that we need to use up the cultural capital potential as much as possible. Thereafter, we decided to elaborate a creative industries promotion program for the cultural managers. This coincided with the COVID-19 pandemic. Thereafter, we wanted to launch an accelerator, which was this creative regional hub. We used mentors, and a creativity lab was presented, as well as the Association of Local Municipalities in the Tartu area was also collaborating with us. So we actually thought about several steps further, what happens post 2024. Yes, says the moderator, we were all in this process the first time, so it was a lesson to learn for all of us. But this regional proposal round and the small projects proposal round ended up with us having the selected events in all South Estonian municipalities, which went to the program. So now I'd like to ask for video number 3, thinking about how we presented our Southern Estonian program.
Elamine on kunst või on kunst ellu jääda? Ehk jäämegi ellu siis, kui elame tõeliselt. Elame hingega, oma ainulaadses oskuses kogeda ja olla osa teiste inimeste kogemusest. Ole sina ise, ole kohal, need ongi ellujäämise kunstid. Avasta, mida pakub Euroopa kultuuripealinn Tartu 2024 programm.
Nii, ja jõuamegi tiitliaastasse.
Now we can reach to the title year 2024. When we speak about the title year and the program, you all were also promoters and managers of different events. Why did you pick these events to bring to the program? And how, according to your opinion, whether it was a success, or what were the lessons learned? Now, at hindsight, everybody's always smarter, of course, but when you take a look back in retrospect, what would you take along and with you as lessons learned from the title year? Jurma, would you like to speak about this? You already said that you did not have enough staff. Yes, understaffing, of course, I overestimated my time resource, and I rushed, but too slowly, as I said. When time was up, then we presented 2 proposals, one for the anniversary of the Estonian flag, and then the Pyhajärve Lake Beach Gourmet. The Estonian flag 140 anniversary was something that I was very passionate about. I was a supporter and promoter of this program because I wanted to, in our culture year, to tell the story of our flag. It did not manage to make it to the main program, but instead the Beach Gourmet ended up in the side program, which was a more leisure type of event on the shore of the lake of Pyhäjärv. What would you like to know more about regarding this event? I just wanted to ask whether there was something which you do differently now today, being smarter than you were at that time. Ago Arro was the manager of this event, not me. And Ago should have been involved already in the earlier stages, because next to all the other work-related tasks which I had, I did not manage to take this up as my daily activity, working on this full-time. So yes, involving more staff members, more people to the team earlier. Marketing, I think, was our shortcoming because we came out with this too late. So we understood that there was a competition between different cultural events because there were many of them. And yes, perhaps this is what I do differently. I would include other colleagues earlier. And more emphasis on marketing as well. And before you all answer, we also have a Slido platform in use. If you want to use or ask your own questions, please do write it down to Slido, and then we can also come back to what you wanted to know. But Kristi and Võru County, through regional application around many cool events, what do you remember as the best experience from the title year? Yes, I am actually very happy that our reputation events were part of the program, our main program. And when I think about the night dance festival which we organized, and turbulent times, and in the regional smaller places you don't have a lot of potential team members. Of course, in big places you have a communication manager, you have a staging team, organizational team, and different people, volunteers. You can even pick the best ones, but then reality in smaller places is different. And reality actually is that it's nice to dream big, but then there's not enough money to cover everything. We also saw that the money which was allocated for the projects was not enough in order to organize this event as well as we wanted to. Additionally, the ticket price, our people are not used to paying high prices for tickets. So there were quite some things to learn from. What I am thankful for is that the guidelines that we wrote, for instance, environmentally sustainable events, how to create them, how to involve volunteers,
õnneks oli hea kogemus vabatahtlike kaasamisest ja muidugi väga hea juhend, see ligipääsetavuse juhend.
And then accessibility guidelines were well done. So in the future we can use these guidelines also in case of different events. But of course we also sense the burnout and difficult moments. And even in the heritage project, we had collaboration partners that changed, that failed us, so we needed to find new ones. So quite a number of challenges. So definitely it was art of survival. It was a course for us. Just to add, this was definitely a learning and putting it into practice period together. It made it complicated, but it was not bad. Because in the theory we had in the morning, we had put it in the practice or adapted it in practice by the evening. So this was difficult, but at the same time also much fun. Erika, would you like to mention also a lesson learned that you now take a look at these processes in retrospect? Well, yes, I believe that it's not worth talking about things which are behind the scenes, because in case of all festivals you have sleepless nights and many problems to solve in process. Of course, other external factors also, like the war. But my aim was to bring in as many international performers as possible. And since in a small town, usually life is very calm, and I've always had the passion to travel throughout my life. And when I moved to Põlva, I understood that in the countryside and then the villages, people are quite locally oriented. They don't travel too much. They don't want to travel, and their pace of life is different. So I took myself perhaps a bit crazy aim to bring the world to the small town. It definitely made things more interesting to me, myself as well. And then the Sky Terrace inauguration ceremony and the ballet and world-class art we brought in. And this was also a headache of how to get the Inuits from northern Canada to get to us. And then taiko ensembles and also the drums, where we get the drums for the Japanese performers. So we needed to think a lot, but luckily Festival Orient, Peeter Vähi and Tiina Jokinen, who have been doing such things for a long time and enabled to arrange all this travel. But of course there was a lot to arrange, because all cultural spaces are different, expectations are different. Also what performers expect in the backstage from different cultures. I have many funny stories to tell, but eventually all went well. So Tartu County. Yes, we also had very different events with different characteristics, and what we managed to achieve actually said to me that we have on the European level and world-class organizers. In many projects we involved other experts from Europe through international collaboration, but also from the production all over Estonia. So we learned that everything is possible. In Alatskivi parish we had a light festival, and without a cultural capital this would not have taken place. In Lunia parish we had a symphony orchestra concert, which also collided with Lego concert. And this is definitely one lesson to learn in common planning. Like Jorma already said, that during certain weeks we had very many cool events, and we did not have enough audience. So in the middle of July, for instance, the best time to organize everything, we had too much overlap. But then no light festival, also partly in Tartu airport was in fall, so we had more audience than in Elva. We had a festival. In Tartu parish we had arts festival and a choir academy in Gambia parish. So in Tartu County I believe that we did well, but planning and timing of course was a lesson to learn. And also have a look at the Estonian events calendar as such to have enough audience. Yes, like Sven also said, local municipalities, we also followed that in all southern Estonian local municipalities we'd have enough attractive events where audience wants to come to. So Tartu, together with South Estonia, was not in theory only the title year together, but we also put it into practice. We did not have an opening ceremony only in Tartu, but also in the surrounding county ceremonies. We started from Valga on one Friday, and then each and every Friday we had a new ceremony of opening, and then the after party was in Põlva. And video number 4 illustrates it very well.
Aga see enam ei olnudki nii ammu, et see on veel täitsa varvastes sees.
So it seems that it was not all too long ago. This was also a major communication process. We had cultural managers, volunteers, local municipalities, Southern Estonian collaboration, different councils. I'd like to ask about the process and communication. What were the major lessons to learn in this large-scale Southern Estonian process? So just summarize it with a couple of sentences. What was the lesson learned being a part of this larger-scale process? I cannot summarize it with just one sentence, but I might need some more time. I did not actually meet everyone to end up with. Since this process was just a process of learning and putting it to practice at the same time, it was important to take along the most important information and put it into practice. The Zoom meetings and throughout different forms of meetings, we also understood what others had done wrong. They said, well, don't do it this and the other way, because it did not manage to work out well. And of course, contacts thereafter. We had many people that we know now, friends and colleagues. So I do feel much better in Võru, Põlva, and Viljandi, Tartu as well. Always. So definitely friends and good colleagues, people we know more now. Yes, I also say that networking was perhaps a key thing for me. That someone was always a motivator, promoter in the information session led by Annela, and she was always so positive. So we had our everyday work to do as well. Not only the title year project, and it was nice to see that you had colleagues all over South Estonia, and it was also nice to see the lessons learned in different parts of Europe with the title year, and also hardships. Lesson to learn for me was also that there's not enough communication, never. That we needed to deal with the awareness raising. What is a title year? That cultural capital year is also in the very outermost areas. That's the whole south of Estonia is actually cultural capital. We put together all the events in our area, and we put together a newspaper for the locals to see where our events are.
I remember this newspaper. It was very memorable. Indeed, we celebrated in all the municipalities But the communication indeed is crucial. In the application stage, a few steps earlier, it seemed that culture organizers did not yet realize the importance of this historical year. However, the attitude was not always the best. Communication should have been much better in the first years of preparation. And it would have been important to stress that if you don't do it now, it will be too late. That showed who were the active culture organizers and who were perhaps the lazier ones. Indeed, communication is important. It was in 2011 that we had a Capital of Culture in Estonia before. It was in Tallinn. And but those who did not live there at the time would not remember that. Now that we have completed this year and the networks are there, it would be great to have another Capital of Culture soon. But it is a one-off event. If the communication had been done better earlier, it could have all gone even better. But we also issued a special newspaper, which gave a media outlet and coverage to all the events. This was at municipality level. Yes, but online communication was not done well enough. I agree that communication should have been better. Annela alone could not cover all of South Estonia, although she was very active. We could have benefited from one more person because there were a lot of partners, 20 municipalities, culture centers. There were simply too many places. The connection with the application book, with the concept of survival, as well as the regional projects focusing on what and why we were actually doing. I felt like there was also a lack of clarity. Berg Vaher wrote the book for application very well. But when he started it, there was no COVID, there was no war in Ukraine, and culture organizers were still defining what arts of survival were, and they were different at the time. And there should have been more clarity in the organization. I think tomorrow our project line organizers will talk more about this. In order for projects that were introduced to link with arts of survival, there was a clear planning and fine-tuning in order to ensure that there was a connection. But I saw that you wanted to add something. I do not agree that Annela was not enough. I felt even sometimes that I could not participate in all the meetings, but she was always there. However, it was not possible for us to explain to all culture organizers what it was all about. They did not want to contribute at such a large scale. But this is more about internal communication. To carry this forward, if we did this again, of course, we have so many lessons learned. We would do it so much better, dear colleagues. Now we've arrived at the point that Jorma already introduced by saying we could do it so much better now. What do you think the South of Estonia gained from being in this process? What did we gain? Of course, there are endless video and photo materials about this. One thing we definitely gained is that it's the knowledge that a neighbor from another municipality is not necessarily an enemy, but they might be a friend. Something else we gained is that since the beginning of the concept of Tartu 2024, I was not sure how much we could contribute, how much we would become visible, but as time went, we realized that Tartu wanted to engage us, that we were the life force in a way. Tartu had an amazing urban space, but the connection with the roots came from what was in the south from Tartu. In addition to an invaluable experience, it also broadened our horizons. I also went to a great tour where I saw what was happening elsewhere in terms of culture. And I was also able to visit or participate in a number of events for free. And culture it's not something I had to pay to experience. Indeed, we have colleagues from Liepaja and from other capitals of culture here with us today. And as a South Estonian delegation, we went to visit different cities who had cultural experience as capital of culture. We went to West Ham, Kaunas, and others. So in preparation for the event, we were doing what we are now inviting others to do. So to participate in these sort of events. We are now receiving different delegations from Oulu, from Liepaja. They want to have meetings with actual cultural managers. So we learned a lot from others, as Jorma has said, but now we are very happy to pass this on to other capitals of culture of the future. Adopting models of regional cooperation, for instance, as in the case of Oulu, this is amazing to hear. But what did you, as a cultural specialist or your region, benefit? I have already said what I benefited with. I have a tendency to forget the negative aspects of life and always keep trying. But I hope that our partners in small municipalities and parishes also got the experience that they were part of something bigger, that we are not alone, that we were all one. Those 20 municipalities all striving for the same goal, and those who wanted to learn were able to learn quite a lot. Even bad experiences are necessary and they help you set your next steps better. The best victories are victories against yourselves. Indeed, in our municipality, there are not a lot of international projects, and this was quite a pioneering project. Those learning trips as well, those study trips that Jorma mentioned, It was great to see what other countries are doing, and it was great to compare this with what we are doing. We have great culture organizers in our smaller regions too. And the last study trip was also very interesting for thinking outside of the box, and I hope that we can continue such experiences. Coming together with colleagues in one space is something I'd like to keep doing. Erika, anything to add? Põlva Cultural Center has definitely gained in the sense that through the 2024 financing, our annual budget doubled, and this allowed us to do a lot more than before. We also gained invaluable contacts in Estonia and abroad. I also think this project has been the reason why Põlva has been nominated as the place for issuing music and entrepreneurship awards. We have been running for this position alongside Alexela, as well as Tallinn Song Festival grounds, so the competitors have been very worthy. And we are running alongside them. We also have a 3-year contract with Agrone, who is helping us indeed, if you want to do big things, you need financial support, and this 3-year project, this 3-year partnership project is something that is a great support. These are very good indicators of the fact that if you make an effort, you will get some certainty for the future. Personally, for a year or even several years, this was a great opportunity for development. I also went to these motivational study trips, and I gained a lot of insight. And I believe that my team could challenge themselves, because I threw them into the deep end quite a few times. Now, if a world-level star arrives, they are not scared anymore, because they have this experience already. So we all gained immensely from this year. Let me add that the challenges for the team after that year, everything else seems like a minor event. That is a very good point. European Capital of Culture 2024, well, that was an opportunity of a lifetime. We will not gain this title again in this century, if ever. I absolutely enjoyed it. There was a number of challenges when we went abroad. In the years 2021, 2022, and if anyone asked me about what we were planning to do, I told all my other contacts about this as well. In all the international meetings, I planned international meetings for the year 2024, so that business partners could see what we do here in Tartu and South Estonia. I believe that Tartu gained the experience of participating in this project, being a team, being part of your team. I told you what we did in preparation for these events, and I think it was a great learning curve for all of us. Another thing we gained is that we brought a lot of new people into the region, both from abroad, but also from Estonia. They came from other corners of Estonia to see what Tartu 2024 was all about. I think they visited a number of places they hadn't visited before. And Tartu or South Estonia as a whole, well, I think our cooperation got further momentum. South Estonian Tourism Cluster was also founded in 2021. And that is a good example of how the tourism cluster came on board. South Estonian development agreement is about to be adopted shortly, and culture has a major role in this. We want to look at the region as a whole in the future. You put it very nicely by saying that South Estonia as a unit came together to work as one. Let me ask you now, what is it that could last or should last? Tomorrow we'll have another workshop about how to maintain what we have achieved in the Capital of Culture year. We will talk more about the cooperation between 9 former capitals of culture. But let me ask you, in your opinion, what is it that should last? Well, I hope that good cooperation between municipalities will continue, that larger counties will not act as stuck up compared to smaller ones, because we have been in the same boat once. Since there was demand, smaller regions also got new companies offering sound and lighting services. Previously, it was very expensive to hire these services, but I feel that new actors entered the market because the larger companies could not alone cover all of the need. And I think that's something we gained. The good memory, the experience will last, and I do hope that good communication and cooperation will continue. Even when cultural managers change positions, new ones will know that there are good partners in neighboring counties. I completely agree with Jorma. Cooperation, supporting each other, communication, awareness that there are colleagues all across South Estonia. This is a value that the experience gave us, and that's something that should remain. The guidelines developed together should also remain. The Capital of Culture used our knowledge as cultural organizers to develop guidelines, and these are available across Estonia, and that's something important and that stays. Tartu Extended Culture Program, which continues, and the fact of engaging young people, I think, is invaluable. Thank you, Erika. Well, most things have already been mentioned. Something to have as a takeaway, I think, is the networking, the contacts, international contacts as well. I think that's something we can consider as a win from this year. And of course, cooperation and creativity are the secret of a success story. Annel already mentioned one of our joint projects, the continuation of the heritage of the capital of culture with 9 partners. And I think this is the crucial thing to point out, as well as the extended youth program. If we do not continue with this, we will have wasted that year. This morning, the room was full of people. We can see that people want to come, and therefore it's clear that we need new goals, new targets. We need to support each other as parishes, as counties. And with this project, I hope that we can find the model that suits us all. We already have the experience. We have seen examples such as Aarhus. So there are others we can learn from, and we can also learn from negative examples. Best practices are always good to be shared, but sometimes you need to also share practices that have not worked. But of course, all regions are different, and that needs to be taken into account. So overall, Tartu 2024, the biggest ever cooperation in South Estonia, has not finished, but has come to a point where we need to agree how we will continue to do great things based on this experience. And for this reason, we will continue with the Heritage Project across South Estonia. And we are the leading partner. And in addition, we have 8 other cultural capitals. Tomorrow, Sille Talvi-Tunt will lead a workshop on that. With this positive note, we have one question that we can take. Do you have a question, or would anyone from the hall like to ask? Everything seems very clear and no questions. In that case, thank you, everyone. We will continue with the same momentum. And let's now watch the final video.
Selge, viimast videot ei panda peale. Aga aitäh kõikidele ja liigume
There is no video, so let us continue with the coffee break.
Euroopa kultuuripealinna tiitlit kandis 2024. aastal Tartu koos Lõuna-Eestiga. See on Lõuna-Eesti kõigi aegade suurim ühisprojekt, mille mõju ulatub 2024. aastast kaugemale. Tartu 2024 programmi raames toimus 3116 üritust, mis kogusid üle 1,3 miljoni külastuse. Publiku keskmine hinnang sündmustele oli 8,9 10-st.
Siis tulevad teised maalased Tartusse.
Põhiprogrammi korraldusmeeskonnas oli 4500 inimest.
See on üks mastaapsemaid asju, mida minu meelest Eestis on viimastel aastatel tehtud.
Ning korraldusse panustas 4672 vabatahtlikku. Tartu 2024 on esimene kultuuripealinn, mis korraldas sündmused ühtsete keskkonnahoidlike põhimõtete järgi. Põhiprogrammi elluviijate keskmine hinnang projekti õnnestumisele oli 8,7 10-st.
See oli raske, aga väga põnev aasta.
Noorteprogrammi Tartu 2024 Extended läbis 97 noort. Korraldati 36 noorteüritust, mida külastati üle 23 000 korra. Lõuna-Eesti rahvusvaheline haare kasvas. Programmi oli kaasatud 855 välispartnerit ning 2,6 miljonit eurot välisraha. Kultuuripealinnas majutus 156 000 välisturisti, 1210 kõrget välisdelegaati ning üle 400 välisajakirjaniku. Ilmus 5400 välismeedia artiklit ning 9700 Eesti meediakajastust. Tartu 2024 kogus sotsiaalmeedias 55 777 jälgijat ning oli Google'i enim otsitud sõnade seas. andsime välja 15 eri toodet, mida müüdi üle 5,7 miljoni eksemplari. Kantar Emori uuringu kohaselt teadis 90% eestlastest, et 2024. aastal oli Tartu koos Lõuna-Eestiga Euroopa kultuuripealinn. Norstati uuringus märkis 78%, et tiitliaasta tõi piirkonda külalisi ja andis võimaluse esile tõsta kohalikku eripära. Tartu 2024 pälvis rohkelt tunnustusi. Selja taha jääb imeline aasta, kuid tegu on vaid algusega. Kultuuripealinna mõju jääb kestma veel kauaks pärast tiitliaasta lõppu.
Ma tahan veel kultuuri, ma tahan veel kultuuri veel.
Here today at Maya, or in English, Earth Station. And this is a farm what is run by 2 artists. There is a residency house where artists can come and enjoy the beautiful environment and also get inspired by and create or dedicate themselves to purely art. This year is very special because here is taking place the technological art exhibition Wild Bits, where all the artworks from 15 different artists is merged onto the landscape. You can come here if you like nature. You can come here if you want to know more about nature. You can come here if you're interested about technology and how you can use technology to explore nature. And you can come here if you like to hike, because all the artworks are placed in different places and you can truly experience the landscape and artworks at the same time. And I think it's worth to visit every time when it's raining or when it's in the evening or in the midday, because the landscape is completely different and experience because of that is also different. Feel free to visit Maya this summer whenever you feel like it.
Kas teile meeldib Tartu?
Jaa. Aga ma selles kohas juba käisin.
Mis teile Tartu juures meeldib?
Kõik. Et siin me oleme sündinud. Siin on ägedaid asju. Sest et siin lasteaias on väga tore mängida. Ja siin Tartu on nii palju ägedaid kohti ja lasteaed on ka väga tore. Ja mulle meeldib kõige rohkem sporti teha.
Mis on su lemmikasi Tartus?
Ahaa ja Aura. Emajõgi on mul Raekoja plats. Mulle meeldib 2 asja käia.
No.
Aurus ja Ahaas. Raekoja plats. Ka Raekoja plats.
Mis te Raekoja platsil teete?
Uisuta. Mulle meeldib uisutada seal. Ma käin seal laulutunnis.
Kas sa oled uisutamas ka käinud seal?
Jah, lasteaia käisin. Mina vanasti kooli 2023 ma juba käisin seal uisutamas. Mul on üks asi sulle öelda.
Jaa.
Et tänagi ma vaatasin, eilegi ma vaatasin õhtul ühte filmi, siis keegi mitte nüüd tuli see õige asi meelde. Ja ma ükskord sain ühe ukrainasega sõbraks selles väikses rimis.
Kas te olete kuulnud ka sellisest asjast nagu Euroopa kultuuripealinn?
Jaa. Olen? Jah.
Mis sa kuulnud oled?
See on nagu üks sükene asi, mis on nagu kunstid tehtakse ja seda tuldatakse vaatama nagu. Ma ei mäleta, mida see veel tähendab, aga ma olen seda sõna kuulnud. Mina olen ka, aga ma ei tea, mis see tähendab. Siis tulevad teised maalased Tartusse.
Sellel aastal toimub siin Tartus.
Nüüd tuleb meelde ja see tähendab. Ja see on nii äge.
Kas te ootate seda, et siin on hästi palju inimesi?
Ja.
Mis on teie arvates kultuur?
Mingid kujud nagu.
Skulptuurid? Ja ilusad pildid, maalid?
Ja.
Muusika?
Ja.
Kas teater on ka kultuur?
Ja. Sellised kujud.
Kujud. Kas midagi veel? Näiteks muusika või film?
Ja, võib-olla. Kontserdid isegi võib-olla sellised.
Kas teile meeldib teatris käia?
Ja. Ma käisin viimati Hantsukese ja Gretekese ooperit vaatamas. Ma käisin viimati Pähklipurgal. Ma olen täna õhtul Sipsiku teatrit vaatama. Ma olen Vanemuise teatrist käinud. Mina ka olen. Pähklipurjat vaatama. Mina olen käinud Vanemuise teatris vaatama Sipsikut. See oli nii äge. Isegi vahepausil oli nii äge. Ma võtsin vahepausil 2 kooki.
Jõudsid ära siia 2 kooki?
Jaa. Mina sõin ka mõned kookid ja siis läksime tagasi.
Mida sa teatrist ootad, kui sa lähed Sipsikut vaatama?
Et ma näeksin enda sugulasi.
Mis on teie lemmiklaul?
Sünnupärane kinni. Minu lemmik on Superkangekaelne.
Ja kes on teie lemmiklaulja praegu?
Taukar. Sul on lemmiklaul muidu Taukari oma. Karl-Erik Taukari Superkangekaelne. Ja, sama. Kõik.
Tartu tehke hääl!
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the team of the European Capital of Culture Tartu 2024, I'm very happy to welcome you here tonight to witness this unique event.
superkangel kaitseb inimesi nende privaatsust. See nimi tuli mulle sellise poolunes ja see karakter. Ma arvan, et nüüd otsustasin, et see on hea viis, kuidas nagu liikuda laimetena elus. Võtta mingisugune karakter, mis sulle tuleb koju kätte.
Sa ise oled osaks oma kunstist. Kui sa teed mõne teose, siis sa ise oled ka teos selle teose keskel.
Ma ei tea, kuidas see kõik niimoodi läinud, aga jah, ma olen ise tihti oma teoste osa materjalina.
Performance'iga, mida näete, avas Kris Lemsalu oma isikunäituse Tartu kunstimuuseumis. Väljapanekul, mis tutvustab teda sürrealistina, on näha mitmed taiesed, skulptuurid, installatsioonid, film. Kõik eriskummalised, natuke naljakad, ulmelised, just sürrid.
Mulle tuleb nagu visuaalselt mingisugune kogum ette, mis kirjeldab mingisugust eluprotsessi, mida ma olen võib-olla läbi elanud pool aastat või aasta. Ta tuleb nagu visuaalina mulle ja ma olen harjunud seda vastu võtma ja see on minu jaoks nii loomulik juba, et ma nagu olen, et okei, see sümbol. Ma arvan, et ma olen suutnud inimesi uskuma panna see, kuidas ma elan, on nagu kunst ja kunstimaailm usub seda ja nad tahavad sellest kuidagi osa saada.
Maare ongi niivõrd globaalne, räägi natuke, kus sa praegu tegutsed. New York, Mehhiko, Viin, mõned märksõnad siin viimastest aastast.
Ma olen kogukonnad loonud nii Berliinis, nii Viinis, New Yorkis, Eestis, vaikselt tekib Mehhikos. Võib-olla lihtsalt see kunst on nagu mingisugune kaval viis, kuidas leida neid inimesi, nagu mingi tuluke. Inimesed on need,
Lastuksid siis Krisi maailma?
Jah, need inimesed tulevad minuli ise. Ma ei pea otsima. Mul on selline tunne, et mida rohkem ma reisin, seda rohkem ma saan aru, et inimesed tahavad näidata neid kunstnikke, kes teile meeldivad, kellega meeldib koos aega veeta. See on hästi sotsiaalne maailm, see kunstiturg ja ma ei tea, mul on vaja olla liikumisel ja mingi võlu võib-olla selles liikumises on.
Kuhu Kris oma loomingus edasi liigub, mis tegelasena, ei tea ta veel isegi. Küll aga tundub talle, et ka tema maailmas on tulemas ehk teistsugusemad, tumedamad, ärevamad ajad, nii nagu ka meid ümbritsevas maailmas.
Ma ei tea, mis järgmine aasta toob.
See järgmine karakter ei ole veel sündinud?
Ei ole. Ma arvan, et ta on nagu natuke tõsiselt tegelenud. Paar aastat tagasi ma mängisin lõbusalt surmaga, enam ma seda ei tee. Ma pigem üritan leida seda siirat rõõmu ja elus olemise õnne, midagi sellist, mis on hästi keeruline. Ma ei mängi surmaga enam, sellepärast, et see on liiga lähedal.
Mis on see elus olemise õnn?
Noh, et sa saad ringi liikuda, ma saan sinuga siia mikrofoni midagi öelda, sa kuuled mind, ma saan oma sõpradega koos olla, vanemad elus, sellised asjad.
Kris Lemsalu isikunäitus Donatella elukeeris Tartu kunstimuuseumis on osa Tartu Euroopa kultuuripealinn 2024 raames sürrealismi kui kunstivoolu 100. sünniaastapäevale pühendatud näitustest.
Euroopa kultuuripealinna me alustame laste diskoga. 2, 1, Tartu 2024 on rahatud!
Euroopa kultuuripealinna tiitlit kandis 2024. aastal Tartu koos Lõuna-Eestiga. See on Lõuna-Eesti kõigi aegade suurim ühisprojekt, mille mõju ulatub 2024. aastast kaugemale. Tartu 2024 programmi raames toimus 3116 üritust, mis kogusid üle 1,3 miljoni külastuse. Publiku keskmine hinnang sündmustele oli 8,9/10.
Siis tulevad teised maalased Tartusse.
Põhiprogrammi korraldusmeeskonnas oli 4500 inimest.
See on üks mastaapsemaid asju, mida minu meelest Eestis on viimastel aastatel tehtud.
Ning korraldusse panustas 4672 vabatahtlikku. Tartu 2024 on esimene kultuuripealinn, mis korraldas sündmused ühtsete keskkonnahoidlike põhimõtete järgi. Põhiprogrammi elluviijate keskmine hinnang projekti õnnestumisele oli 8,7/10.
See oli raske, aga väga põnev aasta.
Noorteprogrammi Tartu 2024 Extended läbis 97 noort. Korraldati 36 noorteüritust, mida külastati üle 23 000 korra. Lõuna-Eesti rahvusvaheline haare kasvas. Programmi oli kaasatud 855 välispartnerit ning 2,6 miljonit eurot välisraha. Kultuuripealinnas majutus 156 000 välisturisti, 1210 kõrget välisdelegaati ning üle 400 välisajakirjaniku. Ilmus 5400 välismeedia artiklit ning 9700 Eesti meediakajastust. Tartu 2024 kogus sotsiaalmeedias 55 777 jälgijat ning oli Google'i enim otsitud sõnade seas. Andsime välja 15 eri toodet, mida müüdi üle 5,7 miljoni eksemplari. Kantar Emori uuringu kohaselt teadis 90% eestlastest, et 2024. aastal oli Tartu koos Lõuna-Eestiga Euroopa kultuuripealinn. Norstati uuringus märkis 78%, et tiitliaasta tõi piirkonda külalisi ja andis võimaluse esile tõsta kohalikku eripära. Tartu 2024 pälvis rohkelt tunnustusi. Selja taha jääb imeline aasta, kuid tegu on vaid algusega. Kultuuripealinna mõju jääb kestma veel kauaks pärast tiitliaasta lõppu.
Ei, ma tahan veel kultuuri. Ma tahan veel. Kultuuri!
I just wanna come out and say I'm sick of waiting. Tired of the way you hold that string. Had enough of you playing my feelings. Don't think you can blame me. Yeah, I might go easy, but don't you blame me. Maybe you can show up with the honesty you owe me. Maybe you can grow up and stop this game, 'cause you're afraid of something. Ooh, don't think that I'll be hating. See, I'd rather you just say it. Just say it. Yeah, if you're out of love, I just wanna hear this over now. Oh, you don't gotta push around. Hear me out. Don't act like a child, be grown yourself. So step up and put me down, yeah. I'm not worried about it. If you're out, then put me down. I ain't asking for much here, just put me down. I'm not worried about it. If you're out, then put me down. I ain't asking for much here, just put me down. I know you'd rather let it be. Drop the ball and hope I make the call, but those signs are just a waste of me. See, I won't read into shit you could just say to me. Just say to me. And maybe you're just stuck in a belief or something. Maybe you think life should always ride out just the way you want it. Ooh, don't forget we're all just trying to get by. And maybe you could help me out this time. Maybe just this time. So if you're out of love, I just wanna hear this over now. Oh, you don't gotta push around. Hear me out. Don't act like a child, be grown yourself. So step up and put me down, yeah. I'm not worried about it. If you're out, then put me down. I ain't asking for much here, just put me down. I'm not worried about it. If you're out, then put me down. I ain't asking for much here, just put me down. I know you wanna think you're the nice one, but I won't stay on the shelf till the next one. I know you wanna think you're the nice one, but I won't stay on the shelf till the next one. What do we do? Yeah. Come on. So if you're out of love, I just wanna hear this over now. Oh, you don't gotta push your back. Hear me out. Don't act like a child, be your grown ass self.
No nii, pole tükk aega näinud. Tere tulemast kõigile tagasi.
A long time no see. Welcome back to our main hall today. And now it's time for another bookmark, because we shall start with the second session of today. Before we go to the topics of today, we'll give you the last question that you can discuss with your neighbor about before we get to the presentations and discussions here. And the question which I would like you to discuss with your neighbor is, do you usually focus on the successes or lessons to be learned. So whether you more concentrate on victories, successes or lessons learned. So 2 minutes for each. Find yourself a partner, share your ideas, and I will come back to this.
Jäänud on 1 minut.
You still have 1 minute left to discuss.
Nii, ongi see aeg taas märkamatult otsale saanud.
So now the time's up, and this acknowledgement and understanding about the successes, victories, or lessons learned is our next focus, because the second session, which begins now, is called
mida Tartu 2024 meile veel õpetas.
Victories and lessons learned, and what have we learned from Tartu 2024. And these lessons learned we shall discuss again in the panel, and I would like to call 4 very nice presenters to the stage. Now, all of these people have been part of Tartu's success last year, and these are Triin Siimer. Triin was Life and Environment Program Head. In addition to being a curator of the program, Tartu 2024 Environmental Actions Plan and organizational guidelines were given out and followed by all of the main program managers. As next, I'd like to invite Jaan Ulst to the stage. He has been managing people and skills part of the program. He's a cultural manager, dance trainer, and choreographer. And the strategy for including volunteers for Tartu 2024 was also headed by him. As next, Oliver Berg is invited to the stage. Uniqueness in Europe was his part of the program, and nightlife as a cultural phenomenon was his focus. He's a cultural manager, also a writer, and youth activist. And the 4th person has been here on the stage already and managed to speak as well, but now we'll focus on her area of responsibility. Hanna-Simona Allas, the Science and Technology program, and she was also editor-in-chief of the final report. I hope that you managed to already see it. And the discussion is moderated by Andrei Liimets, the greatest. So thank you very much, all of you. So we agreed that since our time is limited and we might not manage to talk at length, and everybody wanted to share their understandings, successes and lessons learned from their point of view of the program, what they remember from the title year. And now I would like to give all of you a possibility to recollect what were the most important challenges and memories and lessons learned from the Tartu 2024 year. And I'd like to follow the same order as you came to the stage. So Triin, please, you have the floor first. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to focus on our great story, Arts of Survival, the concept. Because this was the idea which brought us the title year to Tartu and to south of Estonia. Arts of Survival is all-encompassing and a strong framework which enables us to conclude what has happened throughout the process from the getting of the title, ending with what happens here today. And I'm not convinced that we have taken the maximum out of this concept. So one of the biggest tasks of the organizing team was to clarify what are arts of survival, how to open them through the program, and how to do it as broadly as possible for the cultural managers, for Estonia, for the Europe as a whole, and also to recollect that we speak about the story of the arts of survival and not only that we have been organizing single events. So we want to put the art of survival to the foreground and then concentrate telling this story. And in the heads of each and every one of us, we had an idea what the cultural capital should be like. And after title year, we got feedback that for some it was too elitist, this art that we had. For some it was just too folk-like, or that it was too much or too little. And perhaps one thing that caused this was that as one additional program that we should have concentrated more. Additional program included events which maybe were last-minute events to the title year, and all the organizers who also wanted to contribute to the European Cultural Capital idea had an opportunity to contribute. It was a cool opportunity, yes, but at the same time, we did not maybe zoom in on whether all these additional events also concentrated on the arts of survival. And I would like to also emphasize sustainability. Sustainability in the sense that we had quite some different collaborations on the local level as well as European and international level. There were interdisciplinary collaboration possibilities, and I'm quite excited about what's going to happen next. Who will be the organizers, all these contacts and networks that we created, who are the ones who will keep and sustain them, and who will just continue with their old paths. And sustainability also in the second sense, because with 1/4 of Estonia we organized environmentally sustainable events, and there's no way back from there. In the south of Estonia, environmentally sustainable events are a standard, and I'm very happy about this. Jan, please, you have the floor. I like dreaming, I must say, and Cultural Compass also asks what were we dreaming about. And this all took us to the year 2021, so 3 years before the title year, how we with the organizers dreamed. We dreamt about what we want to do in this title year, more specifically. And wording these ideas, budgeting them, also rewording, reformulating, and again thinking through the budget. It was a very long process. And I believe that many of our team members have not been involved in such long-term projects, also planning additional funding to all these events. So this was a very big lesson learned for myself, a great experience. And also to quite some of my colleagues, I understand it was the same. So we can say that more specifically, we were able to formulate what we want to do, how many concerts, how many workshops, what was the audience number. It was all dreaming, yes, but we also faced the reality, what could be possible, what could be tangible, what can we do in practice. And I believe this was a very good starting point of understanding. It shifted a bit throughout the years, because there were different impact factors. For instance, an important factor was definitely a budget, but this very clear starting point actually showed us in the end how we can measure the impact. We can compare it with the starting point, and this was really very useful. When we had some artists that were not able to dream well in the beginning, throughout the process they did not have a very clear aim of where they want to get to. And when I also evaluate proposals and projects outside the European Cultural Capital, when I see that the ideas are too vague in the proposal and the people are not able to actually formulate what is it that they want to do based on our experience now, I would say that the picture does not become clearer at the end. For instance, my second role was including volunteers. Again, we started in 2021, but how would you involve volunteers in 2021 in Tartu and in South Estonia when there's no tradition like this beforehand? And you see that there are more than 1,000 events. We even spoke about 1,500 in the beginning. So based on my experience, most likely you'd need volunteers, but whether there will be people available, how would you create this tradition that does not exist? And with Anna, here we sat down and we were dreaming of what we actually need to do, how to word it, and then in the area managers and to different partners, we needed to explain, these are the things we need for the title year. So my lesson learned is definitely to dream. Thank you very much, Jan and Oliver. It's your turn now. Yes, maybe for me, I believe that the key word also is, when thinking back to this period, is identity. I joined the Tartu 2024 team in the beginning of 2023, so 1 year before the title year. So I did not go through the long process. Triin has been here all along from the very beginning, also in the candidating procedure. But what made for me joining the team so attractive was the identity problem or conflict, which I believe is encoded. But it is uniqueness and characteristic, and Europe. Europe is something which I believe that we are somehow half in, or is it a place where we belong to, or is it somewhere where we go to? So I would say that now we have these self-aware, positive stories, and I understand that in the last years it has also become more clear what Europe is. So we speak about this value space. In south of Estonia, we are on the very border of this value space. I'm very happy that we also have foreign guests here. Let's take a look at the European map in a way that our point in the middle that we focus is Berlin, Madrid or Rome. Let's take a look at where we are. We are actually on the very borderline, on the very edge, and take a look what is behind the border. It is a different world. It is a world where we see that the values that are very common and characteristic to us, freedom of expression, freedom of thinking, media freedom, they end here, or 80 kilometers from here to the east or to southeast. But here we can celebrate these values, and this celebration also entails freedom and responsibilities. This is what Europe is about. Europe has the liberty to fulfill these values, the freedom and responsibility, the way it suits us and the way we think is the best. So how can we communicate and share the characteristic of our area, this living environment that we have? Is very unique also in the broader European context. Second largest city, Tartu in Estonia. At the same time, just walk around, take a look behind me. What do you see? This Toome Hill and greenery. How many of these places you see in the big cities of Europe? So we are proud of this city and this agency. Perhaps, I don't know if we have it maybe in the previous occupation times and regime, we have this passiveness, but we need to be more active and emphasize our identity. We need to celebrate who we are in South Estonia and be proud Europeans. So just to broaden the idea of culture a little bit, in my part of the program, it also meant taking up nightlife as a cultural phenomenon. And it's one of the most interesting and exciting areas of culture, I would say. And that's why I'm also very happy that there are so many of you here in Tartu for the weekend. Kauge Festival on Saturday, we established it last year. So if we have this project for longer, we have these festivals for longer, it's also a nice motivation for us to keep on going. Hanna, please, you'll be the last one. Yes, hello again. Now I will speak in Estonian, says the speaker. Science and technology was my part of the program that I managed. This emphasized Tartu as a city of research, city of science, but also the topics of science, technology and culture were entitled there. And also emphasized that the world around us is quite a utopic place from the scientific and technological point of view. And in this part of the program, we had many of such projects which were on very exciting topics, but this was a challenge in its own, especially in marketing and communication, because how would you be speaking attractively about very complex issues? I remember very well where the National Museum staff came to us and we wanted to just open Roji Geda's data science exhibition, and we looked at each other and we thought about how to very simply speak about genome data or speak about technology in a way that even people who are far away from technology or skeptical about it, that they would not be frightened, that they would come along. And also the same is true about people who are perhaps a bit further away in their mindset from culture. How shall we invite them along and bring them along in a way that they will get the experience and it won't go wasted? So this was definitely one lesson of how to speak about these topics in an attractive and involving manner. And also it opened another round of discussion, because very often one problematic thing is that we have very cool marketing specialists, but they don't know maybe so deeply about culture. They don't think that they can simply speak and communicate about these topics. At the same time, we also have a lot of cultural managers and cultural people who say that they cannot sell themselves well and they cannot market themselves well. So this is definitely a continuous challenge of how to join these two worlds together. And another challenge, which is also tied to marketing, which also became clearer in the title here, is that people's consuming patterns have changed. People don't buy as much because economy is difficult is capable in all areas, we have also loads to win from this. Thank you very much, Hanna, says the moderator. I just recollected what Trine said, that people said different things, that for some it was too lowbrow, the events, and for some it was too elitist kind of culture. How would you be able to talk about this complicated issue in simple terms? So on the one hand, elitist culture, on the other hand, more folk type of culture, popular culture. What was the main area of your events? Which level was it? And have you ever thought whether the target group was selected well, or you should have done it differently, and perhaps speak in simpler terms about some complicated issues?
This is a very interesting question, because I think that was one of the main challenges last year. We wanted to have a program for everyone, but then how do you market it? We had more than 1,000, even over 1,500. No, we had 3,100 events. So we also had 155 main projects, and 4 of us who were responsible for the main events. In the first 4 months of last year, I had already had 200 hours of overwork, and of course this led to burnout. But those who looked for something found something for themselves. And there were also things where you didn't have to overanalyze the content of the event, but our website had all the information there. However, there were so many that it was a bit hard to find. Our aim was to deliver a program that was as varied as possible. There were very different aspects of environmental topics that we opened up on, and people are interested in environmental topics. Estonians consider themselves a nature people. We know about plants and animals as a nation. However, as Hanna said, it was quite difficult to talk about these topics in an inviting manner. There was a number of alternative projects and events which hit the niche, such as Wild Bits, which brought together the environment and nature and technology, and adding communication to it, it was very appealing. Or Nature Spirits in the Machine, that was about visualization of Estonian natural folklore. But we also got a lot of feedback where people found that they only identified events at the last minute, and again, some people from Tallinn found that Tartu was very far away, or even when the events were over, people who had suddenly discovered them were hoping to participate, but it was then too late. Again, that meant the communication was not done well enough. With so much information going around us, that was an issue. So was it because there were too many events? As a cultural journalist, I also found it a bit difficult to navigate everything that was happening, and I do it professionally. So it must have been even more complicated for those who don't specialize in it. Again, personal recommendations, sharing information with friends. I understand and accept that the website was not so good. It was difficult to filter based on topics and interests. So indeed, it was a bit complicated. Again, the communication aspect was an issue. The foundation decided in such a way that everyone communicated about their own events and themselves, But event organizers who were doing amazing things didn't always have the best communication specialists, so they remained at community level. Although all of those 155 events were worthy of a visit, but how to filter them was not just an issue of Capital of Culture year. This is an annual problem that we have. How do you find the culture events that you would like to visit? Later you read the reviews and you feel like it's a shame you never made it. Perhaps this is a learning point. Perhaps there were too many events, too many projects, too many small projects. They could have been better packaged and combined. The team could have been better utilized, helping small projects with reporting as well as communication, marketing. When we took a project into our program in the negotiation phase, we analyzed with the organizers who the target group was, on which date to have the event, to make sure that it would be in the most visible place in the culture calendar. Estonian summer is a short one, and last year was a very nice summer actually. It started in late April and ended in mid-September. This year we had a much colder summer. So last year, indeed, we were lucky. Something I am happy about is that we were able to celebrate Viljandi as a UNESCO creative town, and in that context they were able to reach visibility of their project. We celebrated Võru as the town of heritage and folk dance, which delivered their visibility through the broader context. I think a project is successful if it is well defined in what broader picture it is located, such as the idea of survival. I think putting this framework there helped those projects. I think it's very good that we were not Capital of Culture this year because of the terrible weather we've had. But I'm glad that you took things a bit further from Tartu, and this is a good place to remind you that you can ask questions on Slido with hashtag Kultuurikompass. I would like to now elaborate one question that has been posted. Quite often it so happens that Tartu is already in the name of the Capital of Culture, so broadening it to all of south of Estonia has already been a bold move. I don't know where you are personally from and how much you had been around South Estonia, but I believe it must have been a challenge to take activities outside of Tartu as well. My own personal favorite activity was Valga Hot Shots Festival. I had never had such a proper visit of Valga, but now I went for the second time this year and I would like to keep going. But if no funding is found next year, I think this kind of festival will discontinue. So my question is, what did you learn about other places outside of Tartu in South Estonia, about life there, and what is it that you would recommend to other cultural managers about what could be done there in the future to make sure cultural life continues there and it's not only about this 1 year of Capital of Culture? I think Oliver can say most about it, but to answer your first question, I am truly from the south of Estonia, from Võru County, although I'm the first generation Tartu inhabitant. So I cannot say that the Capital of Culture took me to places that I hadn't heard of before or visited before. We have also said in the book that running for this title with the entire region has been a goal in itself. And I would like to emphasize the fact that having the region behind you is not a weight, an extra weight on the shoulders, but it's added value for the capital of culture. If it was only Tartu, I think the capital of culture would have been much weaker. The fact that we did it with all of South Estonia gave it its true face. I think what happens to a lot of people when they move to another area, such as abroad, whether it's a student exchange or moving abroad for work or to live there, this is the first time you need to talk about your home place to people who have not heard about it, and this makes you think about your own identity. For the first time, you need to think how to present it, what to focus on, and what is my own being. In that sense, I would say the capital of culture made us a great favor. We started mapping for ourselves what is South Estonia. Although I'm from here, I don't think about it like that. You don't talk with someone else from the south of Estonia about what is South Estonia all about. And I think that's something to take away. But how to continue this momentum? Well, perhaps Oliver or Jan or Triin can take it from here. I'm also very happy about this cooperation with the south of Estonia. Seeing those bright-eyed culture managers who truly wanted to do something different this year in their village, in their parish. I also experienced, unfortunately, the closedness of communities, the fact that outsiders, in a way, were not allowed in. People kept to themselves. I think it's great that Valga Hotshots is happening for the second year, and some arts residencies are also continuing. But taking root actually takes a very long time, and I highly recommend culture managers of local municipalities. If someone comes up to you with a good idea, listen to them, find the contacts, bring them together. Don't just say, we don't have money, we don't have time, we can't do this. We all have the same 24 hours in the day. But it adds great value if you can do things together, and if you have the outside perspective and if you add it to your own local community. This has been invaluable, and we experienced a lot of that last year. The idea you mentioned is great, and I wanted to ask you, did you bring anyone to culture that previously did not consume culture? Were these projects, these events, enough to take culture to some people who had first experience with such events? I can share an example. On the project team, we decided that we would look for organizations of disabled people and involve them in projects. And there I did experience that as a foundation we made an extra step to engage them, and it was beautiful collaboration. I felt, looking from the perspective of Tartu City, in the application circles, I realized that such projects did not make it, however, because they did not have such good skills of writing projects in order to compete on the cultural field. And in this context of the capital of culture, they had the opportunity finally. And I think this should be developed so that these communities also have more cultural visibility to create some new value. I feel like these events still remained focused on their own target group. That's an example that I experienced firsthand, and I enjoyed this cooperation. Oliver? That's a very good question. An event that occurred to me was Kanepi Festival in Kanepi Parish. The headliner was Terminator band, and I went to listen to them in Kanepi, and that was one of the highlights of my summer, to listen to this well-known band there. For the local people, it was very important because the band was there with a live concert for the first time in Kanepi. And the day program was also very interesting. Some of my, a relative of mine, a retired relative, also lives in the region, and they also participated in some plant growing activity.
Kultuuri juurde. Näiteks minu programmiliini kuulus selline sündmus nagu kõige alguse galerii. See oli mõeldud vastsündinutele ehk siis kuni 6.
Something I organized was the gallery of the new beginnings. It was a pop-up gallery for babies up to 6 months old who had not consumed a lot of culture before, probably. So that was a great target group. And another thing I want to point out is the 65 plus party, where to get in, at least one of the group had to be 65 plus years old. I shared in Lublin how this was organized, and it was a hit. A lot of this age group experience culture anyway, but perhaps not in such a way that they go to a club and they do makeup and they dance to DJ music. But this is also a normal part of our cultural life. And if you give people the opportunity, why not? And of course, the event Tangent. We don't have to go to Japan to experience such event. Of course, we could say that we should focus more on Estonian artists alone, but we also wanted to bring international art and culture closer to Estonia. I don't know, I might not know if I'm interested in Japanese performance art, but if it's happening in Vanemuine Theatre and I live next door, I might go watch it, and it's much more likely than me flying to Japan to experience something like that. Since time is pressing, I would like to conclude with the final question. In fact, 2 questions for each of you. Please answer as briefly as you can. So, coming back to the essence of today's topic, we have talked about different target groups and events. I think one of the main values of such large-scale projects is yourselves as organizers. Estonia gains a lot from your experience. If you could do one thing differently, if you could have changed one thing, what would it be? Saying something differently to someone, organizing an event differently. That's the first question. And secondly, if you could say one sentence to yourself at the moment that you got on board with Tartu 2024, what would you say to yourself? Oliver. I will combine the answers to the 2 questions. So 2 words. Give time. This process takes longer than you have ever imagined. I think in our case, I would say that I can generalize like this. Give time. Everything will happen in the right time. And if it doesn't, it was probably not important enough. And that's also my message to myself when I first got on board with it. Give time. Yes, there are conversations where I feel I could have said something differently. There's a phone call which I didn't make. We could have had another project in the main program. In 2021, I should have made this phone call to one of the main organizers, and I should have convinced them. And this is also a learning point. People do not know what the European Capital of Culture is. We refer to it as a mega project right now. We call it a multi-annual project. And a number of organizers could be intimidated by something like that. If they already have a vision for their organization, to bring them from this vision to the journey of the Capital of Culture, this requires some convincing. And one of our tasks is to explain to artists and main organizers and producers what lies ahead, and to give them the message that they are not alone. And I should have made this phone call and said, come on board, you are not alone. And what would you say to yourself of years ago? Well, this is in the context of mental health. Go to the gym earlier. This helped me a lot when I started going to a gym in mornings. I should have done this 2 years earlier. It would have improved my sustainability. Go to a gym. Triin, what would I have done differently? More arts of survival, more value-based approach. I think this is something that keeps bothering me, but who wouldn't want more arts of survival in their life? It's something to practice every day. Had I known in 2019, on the 1st of January, moving back to Tartu, that it was going to be a 7-year ride, wow, it has been quite a journey and quite a process. I haven't even put my finger on everything I have done in the past 7 years, what I have created. I've made new friends, new companions I've found, and this is great. What I would have recommended to myself is what my husband told me. No one will expect your emails at 6 p.m. Thank you, Triin. I did look forward to your emails at 6 p.m. But what I would do differently at the personal level, I would give up control of my own life. The idea of embracing arts of survival. When I came to work in Tartu 2024, I felt that my life was very well structured. I always woke up at 5 a.m. Everything was very clear. And I tried to follow this pattern, but I eventually realized I could not, that we would work all night and all day, and you would just need to use the moments you had for rest. The advice I would give myself is dance like no one's watching and write like emails as if they will be read out in court one day. Because people will forget things and you need to remind them of these. Thank you, Triin Simmer, Oliver Berg, Jaan Ulst and Hanna Simona Allas.
Nii, aga nüüd tuleb enne tänast viimast sessiooni
Before today's last session, we are going to have a musical intervention
lava vabastame.
whilst we clear the stage. The musical piece is based on answers to visitors' questions. What is your idea of the event? And this was analyzed by AI. The result is not a traditional piece of music, but a generative interpretation of the audience's emotional feedback. So this is a piece that is titled The Circle of Sound. We will watch Martin Resta, designer and musical artist.
Aga siit liigume tänase viimase ja õigupoolest kõige lühema sessiooni juurde.
Let us proceed to the last session, which focuses on moments to remember. To conclude this day, we will look back at the brightest success stories of 2024. We have chosen people from 3 very different initiatives who speak quite fast, so we won't have time for extra questions. We originally meant to have 4 contributors, but unfortunately the architecture residency representatives fell ill. So best greetings to them. But the other 3 panelists are ready to go. I would like to give the floor first to Kristiina Tambets, Professor of Archaeogenomics, who researches genetic background and contribution to human development. She will talk about the connection between genomics and Ryoji Aikida's exhibition. I am a genetics researcher of the University of Tartu, and I have just as much contact with art as any other person who sometimes goes to the museum. I investigate the genomic history of today's people. As part of Tartu Capital of Culture, myself and my colleagues were put in touch with Japanese artist Ryoji Aikida, who is known for creating audiovisual pieces of work. We met in Tartu National Museum, us researchers from the University of Tartu, databases, and an artist inspired by databases. For us, connecting art and science was a first experience, and I would like to share some emotions that I experienced as a visitor to this exhibition. I want to start by saying that the University of Tartu does world-level science. Our researchers are very visible in the world. But when it comes to blending art and science, this allowed us to take data to much broader audiences who have no daily contact with science, who do not think about such things. We were inspired by the possibility of creating a discussion in the society focusing on topics that we are passionate about ourselves. I was very positively surprised by the fact that the artist was specifically interested in human genomics. Such data is difficult to explain to an ordinary person. So what information reached this exhibition? We were motivated by the knowledge that each of us carry the genetic background of our ancestors. So this is all affected by migration, by the choices that our forefathers faced, and this all can be identified in our genes. The story that we told based on our research seemed to inspire the artist greatly. She said that she enjoyed the possibility to connect the old and the new, the archaic and the modern. In expressing her ideas, she said she uses the latest verbal tools in our data as well, which is the data of modern Estonian people and the genetic information of those who once resided in these Estonian lands. ECoC transformed this data in a way that it was possible to display this genetic data on mirror screens and large LED screens. This creative process and the technologies behind it were quite similar between technology and art. What was similar is the fact that both scientists and artists seemed to be propelled by the desire to create something new, to learn something that was not known before. Just like ECoC uses her LED screens in our data creation, it is also possible to use the latest technology. Thinking of myself and my colleagues today, and with scientists who want to investigate human history, we can separate DNA molecules not only from the cells of people who are alive today, but also from organisms that lived hundreds of thousands of years ago, whether it is humans or mammoths. This time we investigated humans. This DNA information can be compared letter by letter, molecule by molecule, and this way we can compare today's people with those who lived a long time ago. Our research is something that crosses different sectors. It brings together folklorists, climate technologists, ethnologists, and it all helps to investigate the background of our genetic information. Let us now look into ECoC's exhibition together.
Ja nüüd ma astun siis korraks külastaja kingadesse ja näitasin
Now let me step into the shoes of a visitor. I on purpose shared this clip with you before I told you about the experience. For me, the most interesting thing to see was that I was not looking for specific data. Instead, I enjoyed the fact that the data we shared with the artist, she was able to pour into a form that was possible to experience, to observe. This data river was flowing through me, past me, over me, from the past into the future. However, ECoC does not give you any formula how to decipher it for oneself. What can we learn from this? Top specialists from the Institute of Genomics who are researching human history in Estonia and abroad will take a lot from here, because by understanding that blending art and science, we can get much further. Otherwise, I would probably not be standing here before you today either. We find it very important that the story of Estonian roots moved out into the world with ECoC, and we hope that it will impact people elsewhere as well. It is important to know our roots. And by taking it out into the world, she took a piece of our history and research with her. Thank you.
Suur tänu, Kristina.
Thank you very much, Kristina. Our next speaker is curator and art scientist and lecturer. She heads the art teaching platform. Art supports closeness. This is a platform for supporting social emotional skills in children and youth. Hanna-Liis Kont, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to tell you about the success and the learning curves of the project Art Creates Closeness. But I'm especially happy that I was invited to join in the Tartu 2024 project. This was a very positive and long journey that affected my personal life. The project Art Creates Closeness was born as part of 2024. It is a platform that brings together art and social skills. We base our work on the fact that we know that art can help to support self-expression and self-value and a lot more that we all need. By doing this, we are able to build a better social environment. As part of the Culture Capital program, we organized a number of different events and symposiums. There was also the exhibition called The Secrets of the Tilted House. This was an exhibition prepared by artists and children, and it received an award. What went well? It was important to understand also where we started, and this was important for us to understand that we started from another end. We changed the typical way of organizing and curating art exhibitions, and instead we started by thinking of who we wanted to reach. If it was children and families and schools surrounding them, we wanted to do it with them, not just for them. Why do it? Our great wish was to contribute to preventing bullying through art. And this was about creating social and emotional intelligence. We wanted to bring children closer to art. I used to work in the art museum at the time, and I saw that although there were educational programs and activities, there was still a long journey ahead in order to bring more children to art. First, we needed to focus on the needs of the target group, and then art was created. As part of this project, 5,000 children, more than 400 families and 200 groups benefited. Visitor numbers of the art museum did not increase several-fold, but what mattered was who came to the exhibition. Comparing the data with that of previous year, we could see that the number of families visiting the museum went up 4 times, and the number of toddlers visiting went up 6 times. We also collected data about how many children were in the art museum for the first time, and we saw that more than half of those who came were there for the first time, and this first-time experience is something that matters a lot. What else went well? The idea of cooperation has been mentioned several times, and that's something we worked on in several ways. We created a network of partner classes from different schools of different sizes. And they were the first to give feedback to our ideas and who contributed towards creating those ideas. We also supported co-creation between artists and children. There is a series of class pictures, so very different class pictures. What or who would I take with me is the idea here. We also gave young pioneers the freedom to say what mattered to them. The feedback we received was very important. The project proves that an innovative approach, ability to take risks, engagement and the strong mission feeling help to create new quality. But innovation in art is not so difficult if we have 6 to 10-year-old inventors as the creating force. This is a great experience that I highly recommend to engage this age group. What were the lessons learned? One very good learning curve was that we no longer have to ask ourselves, does anybody want this contact? Do teachers want to participate? Will families come to see the exhibition? We have proved to ourselves and to others that yes, there is interest and the work does not end here, that Capital of Culture ends. We have also reached out to Viljandi and Narva. We are continuing our activities, but the question is how to maintain our work, how to keep it going. If any of you feel connected with this mission, feel free to join us. It is a good idea to challenge the unwritten rules of the art sector and think about how can we do things rather than why we can't. Art Museum experienced water, liquid colors, and we had a lot of new visitors coming in. The windows were open to the public. The most important learning curve for me was that if we wanted to teach social skills and creativity to children, we would learn the most ourselves, adults, and this has been said before today. The adults who are around children should develop their own social skills constantly, because that's the way of doing it, and by doing it with children is the best way. We are now active in Narva and Viljandi as well through school projects and trainings. We are continuing our research. There has also been international interest for our activities, so we are continuing our experience and sharing it with colleagues from abroad. Why not think about future projects? If you have any, if this sounded interesting to you, we would be happy to discuss with you. Thank you to everyone who has participated.
Suur aitäh, Annaliis.
Thank you very much, Annaliis. And before we listen to the music and before we say the concluding words, our final session is about to begin with the last speaker, creative manager of the Drama Estonian Theatre, and at Tartu 2024 he directed the most popular of theatre pieces, A Money Country. Have not heard, says the speaker, at all. So he has been the person whose people have turned to and asked, could you please have a ticket for me? The speaker is referring to the fact that the theatre play has become so popular that it's impossible to get tickets there.
Tere! vaadates siin eelkõnelejaid.
Hi. Having had a look at these speakers before me, I feel like I don't have the right weapons today. I don't have a long speech. I thought of just coming in front of you, speaking from heart to heart with you. And in addition, I have to also apologize if I'm a bit absent-minded, because I met with journalists from Denmark yesterday. And these were the journalists who actually discovered and covered the Danske Bank scandal. So they also came to look at our play about the money land. And this was actually quite a heartwarming meeting, I have to say, because they did not know what is this piece of play that we put together. They thought, okay, theater, very well, so maybe costumes, and they tell a story. But having such a large-scale piece, such a powerful one, they were blown away, they were thankful, and they said that based on their work, nothing similar has ever been made, and they could not have foreseen that it's going to be such a major piece. So they were quite moved, and it was a very long night. I have to apologize because of the shape that I have now. But what I want to say is thank you very much. Thank you to all who helped this event to become into being. Cultural Capital 2024 Tartu organizers, that you actually picked this project in the first place. It was very much helpful, and not only in the material sense, of course, which is also important to earn money, because all the cameras we used in the installation, renting old equipment, fancy musicians, all the technical equipment, a lot of things in this major play that cost a lot, and it is important. But perhaps to have this inspiration or this nudging to actually think about this Danske Bank scandal in a larger scale. Yes, I think we would have staged a play anyhow, but not such a big, major and popular one, and most likely not in Tartu, because I myself come from Tallinn, and Estonian drama theatre in Tallinn. But the fact that you decided to support us gave us the push and motivation and courage, but also the obligation to think a bit more broadly. Mehis Pihla and I, Mehis Pihla is the author, and I prepared this play about 1 year and a half. Before that, we had a little seed of an idea to think about this, and then we received this notification that now there's a project proposal round. It's possible to apply for finances, and we added 2 and 2 together, and we understood, okay, a major scale event, international event, and what could be even better than the biggest money laundering scandal in the world that has been discovered. So until now, this is what's known to us, right? So just dirty money or shady money, which was moved through here, was about 200 billion euros. 200 billion. Can you imagine? Well, I cannot imagine a sum of money like this. It's like a 10-year budget of the state of Estonia. At that time when it was discovered, it was even more than 10 years. So obviously the story was hidden in the scandal, but just having this courage to actually take this project on such a large scale, the Cultural Capital support was very important for us. And what was this large-scale thinking that we were guided towards? To understand ourselves better in the European context. We speak about the Tartu cultural capital or Tartu-centered thinking in relation, but I actually want to broaden the scope and think more broader about Estonia, how we look to the foreign eye, and the problems and the sorrows, the issues we see there. And it appeared that pretty much every country has one of these stories. One of the banks, every big bank has perhaps a smaller affiliate which very likely has a similar story. So we in this very poor and unhappy Europe are greatly dependent on this dirty money. And it's not even possible to take it out of the economy, or at least it's not easy. And the war in Ukraine has vividly proved it, I would say. Because we have been able to see in more clear terms what you can do with money. And it becomes clear that special services of hostile countries, we see the traces go to them, or people who are tied with the secret services of hostile countries. And also, I think what's the saddest is that it has not ended. Money is like water. If you put an obstacle or barrier in one place, it finds another way and flows to the different direction. And it always finds a way to flow too. And I'm not too naive. I'm not naive enough to hope that one major play about money laundering can stop the water from flowing. But I hope that it will do something. Perhaps this is even preemptive measure that maybe some politicians or some people are afraid of being protagonists in one of these plays or movies. So everybody's actions matter. That's what I want to say. And something which is, I think, very much acute today as well, and with many foreign people that have come to look at our play, they have mentioned it as well, that our position is to be between the two worlds. One, and on the hand side, East and the Russian Federation, or even going further, the Soviet Union. And we try to move ourselves to this very attractive West, and we managed, we are on the way, and we have a very important role to play here in this story as well, because we've been the mediators, because we've been able to communicate with both sides, the West and the East. But unfortunately, we've also taken advantage of this communication skill, the way it appears in the play. I don't know how things are today. I hope we have learned our lessons. I hope we moved on with our lives. But the fact remains that this topic is still around us and it has not gone anywhere. So we have had foreign guests coming over and having a look at this play. We also had a big exhibition of a theater festival. We had almost 50 directors, managers of bigger theaters, who all were surprised and sincerely surprised, because in their eyes, or in many of their eyes, Estonia is something which is close to the Russian border. So who are we? For some, perhaps they imagine that we are like Donbass in Ukraine. That the fact that theater is made on such a large scale in a powerful way, and that we are actually quite cool in this area, was quite a surprise for them. And it seems to me that I believe that this path will continue with also this money land. It seems that in the foreign countries, we've seen with partners a lot of interest in this. And it's no wonder that Mehis Pihla's text has been translated to almost 10 different languages. We have had readings in New York, in Germany, we go to Sweden now. France, Romania, and different places are planned as well. So it seems that it was a seed that fell in a very fertile ground. And I believe that this was very well made. Actually, the fact that you supported this very bold and large-scale project. And what can I say is that let's continue supporting. Let's find these possibilities, because contributing to the Estonian culture means we contribute to ourselves. Our culture is our business card to go to the world. And this is what we are. And this concerns all of us. And the cooler, the more vivid, the more rich our business card is, the better we look to the inside and to the outside. And it is important in today's context where it seems to me that we need to somehow prove ourselves in Europe who we are, that we exist in the first place, and what we are. In cultural life, the fact that we do major things is the best way to be a bit bigger than we actually are. And I believe it's even one of the, just maybe one only single possibility that we have, because we are a small country and we can think of ourselves as bigger and we can look bigger and be bigger than we actually are. So let's continue supporting our culture. And I do hope that it's not going to only be limited to big cultural city projects, but it's going to continue in our everyday life all the time. And let's support big things, bold and courageous projects, because it has proven to work. It seems to me that we've been very successful with it, and sincerely, I am very, very thankful. I'm thankful for having been able to do it in Tartu. I'm happy that this play is alive, and I believe that we will do it again. Thank you very much.
Hendrik, jääme hetkeks siia.
Thank you to Hendrik. Please stay on the stage for some more moments. I promised not to ask any questions, but since there's going to be a little technical break in order to set up the music again, I would like to take advantage of the fact that you're here. And since Moneyland's tickets are very expensive and many people have not been able to buy them, can you please have a little solo play and have a summary of the whole play for us here, please? Well, actually, no, I wanted to ask that I guess you had a hint that it will be a successful project once you had a financing and you managed to have actually a dream team in the Estonian sense behind your idea. But could you actually imagine that this could become a phenomenon as it did? No, actually, I did not. I have to say very much sincerely, it was a very nice surprise that it went so well. I cannot say that I was not 100% sure that it will go so well. There were many risks. I believe that it's the riskiest projects that I ever have undertaken. That's why we had also Toobe Musting to do the video side. I knew that when I failed, he won't, because he has been doing such nice live video for broadcasts that I knew that he would make this work. But I also have to compliment the city of Tartu. It was very nice to be here. When we finished the work afterwards, after working hours, it was also nice to spend time here. So for us, it was like work travel in the best sense of the world. Yes, you mentioned some countries where readings have been already. You did not mention Denmark. This should be actually the #1 country to actually do the reading. Well, the journalist came yesterday, as I said, and we'll see how it will go. But I started with writing to the Danish National Theatre, and they very politely said, no, we refuse. So let's see. Maybe I need to turn to them again. We'll see, but our big dream would be to actually play it in Copenhagen one day on a big stage. But this, for the Danes, have been quite a traumatizing experience. And as the Danish journalist also said, Danske Bank tried to communicate this as an Estonian problem all the time. Although the whole management of Danske Bank was aware of the situation, and in general, and the journalist even said that they needed to publish an article where it was emphasized that it's not an Estonian problem, it was Danske Bank's problem. And then when we started discussing about this case and law case, it seems that this guilt actually is a collective sense of guilt. it seems to me also that maybe the Danish society has also ended up in the crossroads at the moment. On the one hand, they are very open, the best environment in the world to live in. Copenhagen, I believe, has been selected as the best city of the world for years. But then, on the other hand, they have these old patterns of how they behave in foreign countries themselves, or how Europe has been handling business outside of their borders. And unfortunately, these patterns show a bit colonial roots. So this story is about modern time colonialism, and we are in between. But I don't also want to say that we are victims. We are guilty ourselves in these things. So because we did it as well, because we were here and we dealt with this money as well. So it is collective guilt. But in Denmark, let's live and see. It seems to me that word has been spread around. So maybe at one point in time they have courage enough to take this play. I hope that you also take a lot of Estonian audience with you, like football clubs go with their own fans that scream and shout in the theater hall. In the social media, I have seen, says the moderator, if something is hyped a lot, then usually you are disappointed, but Moneyland is an exception. So, Henrik Toompere Jr. Thank you very much.
Ja nüüd enne tänase lõppu.
And now, right before the last words of the day, let's listen to the music again, Martin Rasta's creation, Sound Circle.
Suur aitäh, Martin Rästa, nende helide eest.
Thank you very much, Martin Rästa, for these sounds. And I believe that this is a very good reason to actually leave today. But the Cultural Compass did not end today. It will continue tomorrow, and we have new speakers, new presenters. But the most important, the moderator is the same as today. So at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we shall meet here. Thank you very much for being so brave and being with us for this whole long day. But individual night program is foreseen as well. Tartu 2024 Cultural Capital story will be read and learned throughout the night, and then we'll have an exam at 8 o'clock. However, at Restaurant Puente, we shall meet, I hope, many of you. Robert Kahr will be playing music. And I hope the same way we shall meet tomorrow morning. So thank you very much and have a nice evening, everyone.
I ain't asking for much, yeah. Just put me down. I'm not